Bull Raw. Is that guy a podcaster now? It's kind of weird. I don't like it when former celebrities, you want to call them that, enter like the normie sphere of media production. It's kind of weird to me. They should just stay on TV or in film or whatever and just be like not real, I guess. Whatever. So, I think this is the guy we need to talk to. This airship master is keeping a nervous eye on his vessel. He is a short and wiry man, dressed in travel-stained but well-kept clothing. He is chewing on his impeccably groomed mustache in frustration. As you approach, he turns away from his vessel. Welcome to Master Renio's aerophile adventures. I'm afraid that I will not be departing anytime soon. Not since the theft. He says the word carefully, as if holding it at bay. I've always taken pains to see the best in people, he confides, swallowing hard, but that was before that runty, glowing, straw-haired idiot stole the Coronet, my prized airship. He shakes his head, genuinely distraught. Until that thief is caught, my ship remains in dock, safely shuttered and chained. Can you tell me how your ship was stolen? Of course, he says, looking gratefully that you've taken an interest in his plight. The vagrant asked to borrow my airship, if you can believe that. I refused, of course, and as politely as possible. He shakes his head slowly, sorrow stealing into his face. I only looked away for a moment to sign some paperwork, and when I turned back he was already in the air, waving from the railing. I'll help you find him. That would be a great relief, he says, sighing. If you do stumble over him, bring him to me. I want to look the thief in the eyes and ask why he did this to me.
I'll remember that.
In the meantime, what can Master Renio's aerophile adventures do for you? Where do you travel? Once I flew as far as Augur Kalab, soaring above Avreen Wood, and the unmeasured depths of Ornu Lake, above the lava fields in Ossifagan, and the plains beyond. I flew south over the ruins of the Tabat homelands, and east to the oasis of Emra Jolius. He gestures at his single vessel. Now I fly solely to the Valley of the Dead, conveying mourners and memorialists to the unchanging tombs. Things will turn around one day, I am sure. In the meantime, we have honest work and food to eat.
I'll remember that.
Of course, I'm not flying anywhere at the moment, not while the thief who stole my other airship walks free. Tell me about yourself. The tiniest smile creases his face. I am the proprietor of this business and a ship's captain. In happier times, I ran a fleet of vessels to various ports of call. He shrugs. These are not happier times, and my fleet has been reduced. Now I have but a single vessel. He shrugs. Such is life. You build for your family, and the vicissitudes of fate drive your plans into the rocks. But my struggling enterprise is the least of the gifts I hope to bequeath to my heirs. I try to teach them dedication, endurance, fairness in all dealings. He shoves his hands into his pockets. What good would it do them to see me take unfair advantage? I would rather be ruined than teach them that falsity is the route to success. He laughs softly. My apologies. This has been much on my mind of late. You did not ask about my philosophy. Alright. Then we need to go and imprison Eretis.
Sure.
Why do I need to bring him to you? Eratis is puffing out one cheek, then the other, with fierce, brow-furrowed concentration. The glow about him pulses slowly like a second heartbeat. He notices you, brightens and exhales in a rush. I was about to jump off the cliff and swim to the bottom of that sea. I figured I could trap air in different parts of my mouth before it faded away. Squish it together, you know. Hey, anything is worth trying once. That's what I thought, he says, amazed. We really are a perfect match, you and I. Are you ready for more adventures together? I have enough people with me already. Okay, so what? I have to leave somebody and then come back and get them? We need to part ways, Calistige, she sighs.
Well then, farewell. For now, you won't be gone long.
You actually need Eratis in your party?
Now.
Why did you do it, Eratis? Why did you crash this man's airship? Because he is insane.
Eratis, you remind me of a prince. A tiny glowing prince.
Tiny? Glowing? Prince?
My vessel will remain blah 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 blah. He breaks off when he sees Eratis standing near you. Him! That's the thief! Thief? I have never stolen a thing in my life. I have borrowed, certainly, but always with the intention of returning the item to its proper owner. Though I must admit that I haven't always been entirely successful. I demand compensation. My vessel, my source of livelihood, snatched by this vagrant. He stares hard at the oblivious glaive. I require justice. I will take it in the form of service. Eratis, you owe Master Renio a debt. You should work with him until you have cleared it.
I'll remember that.
Work? Eratis says, looking doubtful. I've done work. I never liked it much. It's too worky. Are you telling me that you can't turn working at an airship dock into an adventure? Of course I can, he says, offended at the very notion. He spins around, all determination, and offers his hand to the suddenly wary Renio. I accept your offer. We will adventure together. Is this actually going to be an adventure? We are not certain. We are also confused.
I'll remember that.
Wonderful, Renio says. After a moment's silence, as though he's trying to convince himself. Good. He turns to you with a small bow. We will resume flights to the Valley of Dead Heroes soon. Thank you again for your help in this matter. Let's get started, Eratis. Now we can summon Calistige. Touch the button with the circle of interlocking hand mirrors engraved upon it. Calistige, I need you to join me. Oh, it's you, dear. Of course, I'll be right there.
Perfect.
Press the button etched with falling towers. It's Press Press button. Okay, oh, she got immediately put into the party. merchant watches Aratis carry heavy boxes and dance over ropes. The lad's a bit of a menace, but we'll make a stevedore of him yet, I reckon. What? He chuckles. I've seen worse. Well, not worse, but it's just his first day, that's all. That's all. What can I do for you? I need to fly to the Valley of Dead Heroes. Excellent timing, he says, bowing. My vessel will be departing shortly. Board at your leisure. He leans in closer. I should also warn you that we won't be able to retrieve you from the valley. We never tarry there. Its energies are not good for our ship's energies. I'm ready. Let's depart. He smiles broadly and the tension seems to drain from him. My favorite words. All here then. The wind is right for us. Let's sail, friends. He begins shouting commands to his crew and they cast off the mooring lines. The airship pushes away from the spire, and the city of your birth falls away below you. He didn't ask for any money. He doesn't need money.
Making a note.
What do you mean, quest failed? So I have to summon him here? That's so weird.
Best.
Alright, let's dismiss Aratis again.
Wait. I think we're being followed. I'm never wrong about these things.
Let's split up for now. Press the button etched with falling towers. Press button again. Cheerful hum fills your mind from end to end. A blink later the creature appears beside you. Item gained Splorch. Medium ranged weapon. Only usable by mask. Clothing. Epidermal casing. Cloak. Blah 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 blah. Bonded item. Bonded item. Is an actual character? He has a lot of might. I didn't think he was a character. I thought he was just whatever. I guess he is. Okay, well, he's actually maybe decent then. But I don't want to use him this time. But it's kind of neat to be able to see your the tides in the dialogue. I don't think he's exactly good though, but he's only tier 1 here. Can have a ring. He can't equip things.
One moment, and it's done.
Can I examine you? Seems to sense your interest and it glides towards you. Its eyes expand. No, they move, drifting towards the surface of its body like coins surfacing from the depths of a well. Like control. Touch eyes. You touch the center of left eye. It is warm and dry, like parchment left in the sun. Can I touch his eye next? Eretis says, then gasps. Wait, I have eyes, and I've never touched them. Ow! Ow, ow! You barely hear him. Eye unfolds in glowing ripples around the path of your questing finger, like the tumblers of some biological lock, revealing deep layers of creased tissue. You feel tugging at your mind, towards a part of Sig's cliffs you left behind. The reef of fallen worlds, the laughing children, the cones, spinning and spinning. When I touched your eye, you made me think of the cones in the reef. Why? Mutters, looking away from you, its eyes contract, becoming pinpricks of soft light. Ripples surround the place where the stone fell. Pet You run a hand over smooth back? Question mark? Blurp, says. The air suddenly smells of berries? It could be berries. Alright. Let's go do that then. I don't remember doing this.
Won't notice I'm gone.
The cones have not stopped whirling around each other. Perhaps they never will. You see reflection in their gleaming surfaces as they dance and find you can't look away. Roar, a voice says from the space between the cones, and your vision blurs and goes dark. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black, and in a pearl-white sky. Thick, flat asteroids orbit it like petals in the wind, and the air smells of scorched hair and grief. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and you turn. It is cowering at your feet. What do you want to show me? Instead of answering, skitters behind you, clinging to one of your legs. Movement in the pale sky draws your eyes up. At first glance, it seems like a hole in the dark. A hole in the air, dark as the void above. But no. Bruised light pours from the hole, folding into the suggestion of a hooded figure, vast as planets. The sorrow. It is here, and it sees you. The shadow of it races across the land, a wall of black like a tidal wave. Tugs at you again, and you fall back. Back through the land itself, into light, into daylight. Wavering on your feet, you open your eyes, unaware that you'd closed them. The cones continue their merry dance as if nothing had happened. Was any of that real, or was it something you made up for me to see alone? Murmurs, tracing a long line on the ground with an absent tendril. It looks at you, through you. A lightless ocean trench carved into the earth. Its eyes are circles, but the surfaces of them are textured and bent, like a page of paper folded into thousands of shapes. As you watch, a ripple spills from their center, a flower unfurling, and something unfolds in your gut, and eyes gleam. You sense there is more wants to show you, but you should finish inspecting these spinning cones first. Try speaking to the cones again. What do you know about Sagus Cliffs? Slowly spins in place, taking in your surroundings before it returns its gaze to you. Slurplo, it says, rippling as though you've dropped a pebble into it. Waves bite the shore, stealing mouthfuls of sand and leaving shells in the hollows. I want to examine you again. Lay your hand on eyes. You lay the tips of your fingers on upturned eyes. Cilia spiral from your touch, in spinning, curling paths oddly reminiscent of the dance of the cones in the reef. When these paths intersect, a jolt shudders up your arms, building a much folded memory before your eyes, layer by layer. But this is not your sire's memory, no. It is locked in those glowing eyes until you freed it. It is dizzying, nauseating, barely comprehensible. It is a memory gathered with organs you don't have, etched into the strands and folds of eyes by grief, by agony. Distantly, your teeth dig into your lips as you concentrate, trying to translate this experience into something you understand. Lean on for support. Gasping, you fall towards hands outstretched into the dizzying vortex of sensation and memory. You see the changing God in his countless bodies, in an instant that spans centuries. You feel the experiments he performs to extract your secrets. Feel the wounds opening, tearing, closing. Opening, tearing, closing, over and over and over. You speak, you plead. If he can hear you, he gives no sign. Not once in a millennia of torment does he acknowledge your voice. With a shout, you pull your hands from eyes streaming, choking, struggling for air. If you find your breath and wipe the stinging tears from your face. Is looking up at you, waiting. Its eyes collapsing, burying the secrets you learned beneath layers upon layers of cilia. You were a prisoner for centuries. You're that old? Stares up at you, its eyes unfolding, unraveling, making no sound. The longer you stare, the deeper those eyes seem. They're not flat discs, but holes, pits, deeper than body should be able to contain. There is pain in those depths, and memories longer than human lifetimes. You jerk your gaze away. Says softly, Sruk. Sandstorms bury a statue reaching for the sky until only its fingertip remains, grazing the clouds. Tell me what he learned from you. Tell me now. It traces a bent circle on the ground as it stares up at you, eyes flickering and folding. A multicolored fish beside a bottomless pool, gasping and thrashing. Lurm, it says, and a tendril wraps around your wrist, pulling your hand down, slipping between your fingers until they are spread to its satisfaction. Beneath each finger a light blooms, one for each finger, one for each tide. Concludes releasing your wrist. A flying bird circles a bonfire, delighting in its heat, its feathers smoke and curl. Why are you showing me your past? A shudder ripples through body, but it does not respond. A torch burns at the mountaintop, drawing the eyes of everything that lives in the dark. It burns not to keep the darkness at bay, but because it was lit. If the changing God was so cruel to you, why are you helping me? Lrak, says, without looking at you. It traces two circles on the ground, side by side, with quick sweeps of a tendril. Channel the tides through eyes. You gather the strands of the tides in both hands and lay your palms on waiting eyes. This time there is no nausea, no disorientation. Shedding human senses and gaining new ones, you fall into the memories of the creature, past the centuries spent in the changing God's shifting prisons, into a far more distant past. You see the narrow confines of the energy cage holding you. You hear the shrieking of the others, a word that causes you pain, because before this endless cycle of torment, there was no word for others. You feel the crackle of the cage, the burning as they draw power from you, from the endless wellspring within you, a violation on every level. When you gained sentience so long ago, you never dreamed that it would be used for this. You never learned the names of your captors. You only know that the changing god killed them, that he freed you because you were nearest, not out of kindness, but because of the secrets you held, the tangled force that he would discover when he experimented on you, the thing he would call. You concentrate, trying to think of the word, the tides. You return to the present, shedding senses, regaining your own. It watches you, its eyes folding back into place like interlacing fingers. Wait, you taught the changing god about the tides? Shivers once but does not speak, a weathered hand pulling up flowers by their roots. Were your other captors using the tides as well? Says, pleased to understand, but there is an element of pain to the rumbling sound. A number of shivering tendrils emerge from its body. But for once it doesn't draw on the ground. It sketches unfamiliar shapes in the air. Unfamiliar shapes that your sire's memories faintly recognize. This is a language of liquid and currents, a language that is heard and seen, a language far older than the ninth world and never intended to be understood by human eyes. Flinches as if surprised, or as if it forgot who it is talking to. Rolok, it says, pulling your hand down towards it as it did once before. The 5 colors of the tides bloom beneath your splayed fingers. It concludes, releasing your hand. It wants to learn more clearly, but you frown. Not from a cast-off. You aren't sure where this thought came from. You catch one more glimpse of the glittering cilia at the depths of its eyes before they collapse once more. Why do I need to learn about the tides from someone who isn't a cast-off? Eyes flick between you and the empty air, then tentatively it draws a large circle on the ground, a horizontal line inside, a circle behind it. It looks up at you, hopeful, and sees your blank expression. Then it reaches up, touches the corner of your mouth, then the corner of your eye. 2 pools, side by side, one shallow and tainted, one deep, clean, and teeming with healthy fish. Then it settles back, radiating satisfaction at a tricky concept explained well. If you taught the changing god about the tides, then I only exist because of you. Thank you. Eyes contract. Deep in your mind you feel a note of tangible wordless shock and pleasure. You want me to seek a better understanding of the tides from someone who isn't a cast-off. Who? Considers this carefully, then, without warning, an image as brief as it is clear flashes through your mind. A toothy hole in a man's body. A rift in reality itself, torn by your actions. An indistinct figure beyond that hole. You blink. If you understand the image right, you should seek out someone from beyond this dimension. You look to for confirmation, but the creature looks somewhat surprised by the vision given you. Can you teach me the language you were using before? Grumbles. A lone tendril flails irritably at the air with a whistling sound and snaps back into body just as quickly. It seems that thinks the air here is unsuitable for teaching the language. Open through a gate in a man's body. What does that mean? This large, bald, broad-shouldered man turns to face you. You freeze. It is not his dark cloak or his sledgehammer. It's that beneath his mustache and goatee, he is so ugly that he'd scare his own mother in a dark alley. He gives you an abrupt nod, and you get the distinct impression that here stands a man who enjoys the boredom of standing guard, and the company of his own thoughts. Slow day. Good. Nothing wrong with a slow day. Nothing to see here until you pay Argento, he says, when it's clear that you aren't moving on. With that, he returns his gaze to the distant sea. Where is Argento anyway? He jerks his chin at the man in the pointy hat nearby. Okay. In front of you is a wary traveler whose grim visage is mostly obscured by a pointy hat. Upon closer inspection, the lines on his face indicate he has seen much and has many tales to tell. Hello there, friend, he says. Here to see the Nycthemeron, my friend in the cage over there, or are you just looking to spend a word or two? I want to see the creature up close. Your curiosity does your credit, friend. It will only cost you 25 shins. That's too much. I'm the only one in line. How about 10 shins? Argento surveys you with an unreadable gambler's stare, stroking his chin with a cracked thumb. Finally, he smiles. Always nice to meet a fellow barterer, he says, and takes your money. Visit our guest whenever you're ready. Worth every shin, I promise, he says, pocketing your admission fee. The cage in which the creature floats is a simple frame that contains a shimmering, nearly transparent cylinder of energy. It emits a low hum, barely audible, that sets your teeth on edge. The container is a delicate filigree of ornate materials, with no apparent controls, but surely they must be hidden somewhere in the traceries and protrusions of the wirework. You approach the cage cautiously. The monster within looks like a fungal blob, mated with a muscular ichthyoid. Its multiple tentacles terminate in syringes, needles, and injectors. This mass sits atop and is integrated with a floating orb of some type. It seems to be both mechanical and biological, with one system flowing smoothly into the next, a creation from some mad nightmare. The energy field darkens protectively and automatically as the creature throws itself at its walls, thrashing and striking mindlessly with its needle-tipped tentacles. The darkening is almost a strobe-like effect. Even as you watch, one of its tentacles coil back and blasts furious plasma at the walls of its cage. The cage holds, but the shields dim to prevent any radiation from the blast from escaping. Examine the cage. The cage appears to be made of a mixture of synth, spun strong glass, and a weightless metal, intricately embroidered to create mind-warping patterns, evocative and strange. Energy shifts and flickers among the crevices, somehow being shaped by the form of the material. Your closer examination reveals a small panel worked cunningly into the frame of the cage. Some of the filigrees here are worn and smooth, as if slowly eroded by friction. Perhaps these are the controls. Touch the cage. You reach out to the cage, your fingers hovering over some cunningly worked materials, and then you lay your hand on the cage. You close a circuit in the energy somewhere, or you become part of it, and strange energies jolt through your body. The shock hurls you away from the cage. Oh! He called me an idiot. What are you? If anything, the creature redoubles its efforts to strike at you, its limbs a flurry of rage. How did you come to be here? It draws away from the edge of the energy field for a moment, as if gathering its thoughts, and then it launches itself at you, rebounding off the deceptive solidity of the cage. Its tentacles flail wildly, then needles at their tips glinting and oozing. What can you tell me of this place? A dim light builds underneath the ninth emerald, the orb at its base glowing brighter and brighter. Two tentacles stroke it, and they pull out a streamer of bright lightning. They stretch it between themselves, building an intensity, and then they hurl it at you. The walls of the cage darken instantly, and when they lighten again, you see the monster within, flailing and crashing fruitlessly against its invisible walls. Can you understand me at all? The creature redoubles its efforts to strike at you, its limbs a flurry of rage. Cool. Now, I'm gonna save. I think it might be this guy here. A creature floats before you, hidden inside the bulk of its armor cloth robes, unmoving and unmoved by your presence. Exactly who or what the thing is, man or machine, mutant or monster, is impossible to discern. Its glass face reveals nothing but your reflection. Its mechanical voice reveals nothing at all. You recall that this creature is known as Philethis, but you don't know anything about them. Exquisite, the Philethis grates, in greeting, perhaps, or perhaps lost in its own inscrutable thoughts. The Philethis are said to have vast knowledge of the mysteries of the Ninth World and the Numenera of ages past, but prying those secrets loose can be a fool's errand. The creature's thoughts are as obscure as its glass face. It's as though it weren't even there. Thank you for the compliment. The glass does not create, though it bends. For a moment that stretches uncomfortably, you feel the cold scrutiny of the Philethis upon you. At last it speaks again. You ask, but the world rebukes. The Philethis' implacable glass gaze bores through your skin and sees more than others do, and it seems to be seeking something from you. Tell me about yourself. The Avatrol whistles while it runs, a fearful sound, perhaps even for the Avatrol. They whistle because of the gaping hole in their skulls. Whether the Philethis intends an insult, a joke, or something else is entirely unclear. Apparently this is what passes for effusiveness in a Philethis. What do you want from me? The Philethis ponders silently until at last it asks, when you faced Koro, why did you not step first with your left foot? Rin laughs at the ridiculous question, drawing for an instant the Philethis' gaze. Though its glass face can show no emotion, displeasure somehow radiates from the look, and Rin falls silent. Balance, probably. The Philethis accepts your answer in silence, then after a long pause replies, in his vault, the Cloven One reads from his great book to his disciples. He sleeps and awakens, and has forgotten his place in the grimoire. He begins anew. This book is a part of him. He has no legs and takes no steps. It is his own self from which he reads. It is his own self that is incomplete. It is his own self that binds him in the vault of his own mind. Do you know anything about the sorrow, about the resonance chamber built by the changing god? Silence lingers long until at last the Philethis speaks. I know it shall be 3. I know the first cannot be trusted. I know one changes as you change. I know they seek an undoing. Its glass face storms, but the Philethis says no more. What more do you want from me? When the Philethis at last answers, its mechanical voice seems to creak. You did not accept your fall. When you are served the bitter root, will you eat it? No. The Philethis is silent, showing neither satisfaction nor dismay at your response. Do you have any more questions for me? Its words so rushed they almost jumble together, the Philanthus asks. When you stood in the place of shifting floors, which way did your shadow fall? I have no idea. A long rumble echoes from inside the Philanthus' robes, changing at last to words. In the village of Thome it is written, the eremite Alagazer descended deep into the darkness, for he could not bear to see his shadow. Do you have still more questions? No. You've been following me? In memory, cause follows effect. In rain, the colors run. A long rumble suggests that the Philanthus has more to say, but nothing emerges. Grumbles at your side, lashing the ground with a tendril. A feather rolls in a careless breeze, finding no resting place. The Philanthus' gaze moves to your companion. Behind a featureless wall, in deep Vormask is a door that opens when questioned, it says. None know the answer that will close it again. Eyes retract to radiant dots. Rusk, it says, tapping the ground with such force that its body ripples with every impact. The feather spinning, and never falling. If you two are having a contest to see who can be more confusing, you're both winning. Flinches as if it had forgotten you were there. Rusk, it mumbles, looking pointedly away from the Philanthus. The Philanthus doesn't reply at all. Its gaze merely moves back to you, waiting. Please, why are you so interested in my choices? In its slow rumble, the Philanthus replies, they are not yours. What do your questions mean? What do you want? Yes, the single, flat word lingers in the air until the Philanthus adds, what is the answer? I don't know. The Philanthus accepts your answer, silently giving no clue as to what passes within its impervious robes, behind its impenetrable mask. At last, when it seems no response will come, the thing speaks. The glass reflects. Please, tell me about yourself in a way I can understand. No. Very well, as you step away, the Philanthus swivels to keep its glass face trained upon you. Force it to tell you about itself. A surge of tidal energy pours from you into the Philanthus. The creature's bulky armor cloth robes flap and flutter as if caught in a windstorm, and its glass face scintillates wildly, refracting and reflecting the forces brought to bear upon it. A shrill keening like a kettle brought to boil blasts through your mind as a fracture spreads across the Philanthus' impregnable mask. Then you feel it, a hole inside of you, like something torn away, a truth, an unknown answer to an unknown question, a name, a self. You crumple with the weakness of hollow things and imagine armoring yourself in a false enigma, obscuring your shame through obscurity and scrounging through the world's drit for a lone lost grain. As you tremble, the Philanthus' face goes black and it speaks a short, uninflected phrase. One sees himself in the glass, though it bends. Then the feeling is gone, and so too is the Philanthus. Okay, well that didn't help. Open through a gate in a man's body. The only one I can think of is this guy. Unless it's someone in the tavern. Can you tell me anything about where you got this construct? Seeds, the girl blurts. Oh, she let me say it, but I probably won't get away with more. Sorry. No, it's not you. Oddity. But I'm pretty sure O disappeared. But otherwise the inn seems like the most probable place. Not the inn, the tavern. The wispy mustache of this pudgy middle-aged man would be almost comical if it weren't for his deep and despairing eyes. They are the eyes of a man who has passed through the gates of alien hells and returned, though not necessarily whole. His fingers, tightly wrapped around some fine glassware, are strong and slim. A musician's fingers or a strangler's. You can't read his thoughts at all. You might as well try to read the thoughts of a wall. Before you open your mouth to speak, he says, "What is that place in your head?" It's a labyrinth. A labyrinth? He raises an eyebrow and leans back in his seat. That's a novel construction. He starts ticking items off his fingers. I've seen people construct psychic fortresses, cathedrals, graveyards, hellscapes, and vortices from which no life escapes. All dramatic places, all powerful and forbidding. But a labyrinth? Well, that's a whole different construction. That speaks to cunning and guile. Do you mind if I take a quick look? Seems like a strange thing to carry and not know anything about. Go ahead. Oh, no, I do mind. He laughs. Smart move, keeping strangers out of your mind. When we get to know each other, let me know if you change your mind. He sets the glass down and shakes your hand. I'm Dama, Dama of the Bloom. He pinches the bridge of his nose. His eyes tightly shut, and you feel a gentle and powerful presence surround your consciousness. I have a request of you. It might seem strange, but you have an interesting topography to your mind. You might be able to help us. The Fifth Eye is home to psychic veterans. We fought an incursion of nightmares, I suppose. Nightmares slithering into the city's shared dream space, eating minds and leaving husks behind. We called them the adversaries. We burned them out and cauterized the wound through which they infected our reality, but I can't shake the nagging feeling that one of them survived and waits to strike. I trust my intuition, and now it's telling me to ask for your help. I'd be happy to help. What do I need to do? He breathes a sigh of relief. My thanks. I feel the adversary. I know it's here. I know it's close. It's watching us, but it's hiding its presence, and I fear it will strike when our guard is down. It may well be in the fifth eye even now. He shrugs helplessly. Sadly, our fifth eye is blind. He jerks a thumb at the bartender. It might be that our foe has blinded us, but it might not have shielded itself from you. Look for it, and tell me if you find something unusual. What can you tell me about the adversaries? A good question. Better if I show you. He closes his eyes and you feel an insistent nudge in your mind. Then your vision goes black, replaced with a nightmare. You see a void, oblivion, a place where black stars hang and shriek with formless rage. Violet lightning arcs through the sky, and you witness enormous masses of postulant orbs, raging against each other. Streams of conscious thought rocket from them, and they scream of need, desire, hatred. Other emotions arise with these, wisps of mental energy that curl like steam. They brush your consciousness with a touch besline with the unknowable hungers of an alien mind. These luminous wisps quest through invisible cracks in dimensional walls. New worlds, unsuspecting minds, brilliant lights enfolded in the adversary's decaying orbits, imprisoned stars winking out forever. They came through the bloom, shining and tenebrous at the same time. He whispers. They offered games, riches, promises for the future. I felt their passage and was afraid, and I hid my mind from their questing touch. I felt them reach for me, and I cowered in my shell. She lays a hand on Dharma's shoulder. Those who didn't hide saw the lure, and they were drawn into that unwinnable mental game, attracted by the light of the adversary's mind. They followed their own dreams into madness. Psychics and normal people alike. The ruin of the city's minds was... She shakes her head. You were wise enough to see beyond the lure and into the danger. You couldn't stand against them yourself, and so you hid. We all did. Not all, he growls. Some stood. They played the game and got cracked like glow globes. I felt them die, and their spirits got sucked into a vortex of endless fear. You did the right thing, Dama, and I've told you that before. Fine, fine, he replies, waving the words away. But you've seen what the adversaries are like now. Inhuman with no negotiation. Maybe they're communicating with us and we don't understand them. But I tell you, if this is their hello, I don't want anything else to do with them. So those of us who survived that initial incursion gathered here. We set aside our differences and we fought back, but not without our own losses. What are the adversaries? I don't know. What we see isn't the whole picture. We know that. It's an extrusion into our world. Just a piece of the creature's psychic material. Maybe it's a conscious unit on its own. Maybe it's self-directed. But my deepest fear is that every adversary we've seen is the smallest piece of a singular entity, and that our pushback is drawing its attention ever so slowly towards us. He shivers. If you ever meet one, you'll know why that frightens me so. How do you fight the adversaries? Are you thinking you might use your labyrinth to trap it? Don't. Don't do it. He steeples his fingers under his chin and considers. Though, wait. It might work. It might. He looks at Theberos and Ziob. They exchange a wordless communication and he shrugs. We used a spotter, someone trained to recognize their scent. He'd give them the briefest engagement, enough to whet their appetites, and he'd bring them to a battlefield of our choosing. The adversaries will tempt you with something. It will tap into the parts of your mind you had forgotten, ignite a desire. It will offer bargains, tastes of power, and try to draw you towards its way of thinking. The key is to keep control of the imagery and the metaphors your minds conjure together. That's where I come in. He leans forward on the table, his gaunt face seeming even more drawn. I'd feed words and stories to our spotter, help him build an internal story that seemed to mirror what the adversary told, and I'd lay a pathway towards our battlefield. He'd walk down that pathway, and the adversary would be extruding itself into our world right alongside him. His smile is hard and feral. And then we'd close off the exits and get to work, cutting it to pieces. So, tell a story, resist the adversary's metaphors, build in the details of your hardened mental space, draw it in, and then use your familiarity with the place to destroy the bastard. He swallows the rest of his drink. If you're going to try, and again, I can't emphasize enough that you should seek our help, but if you do it alone, gods, I can't believe I'm saying this. If you do it alone, be careful.
What's going on?
I just don't remember enough here. I think I may have a lead on the identity of the adversary. Almost the Soul Keeper. What about him? Wait. The man in the yellow shirt who changed his shape. What about him? That poor lost soul is not the adversary. He has been trapped in the form of an Abacus, but is not an Abacus himself. Do not fear him. Pity him. Almost the Soul Keeper. What about him? He shakes his head. His is a tale of personal tragedy and sorrow, though perhaps the end is not the worst for the people under his cast's titular care, but he is not the adversary. Could it be Clarion? He bursts out laughing. I understand that her devotion to destruction might make her seem a monster, but like the rest of us, she is merely human. The man in blue with the pipe and all the strange Numenera. Could he be the adversary? Sir Arthur? No, he's a wanderer and a collector of knowledge, but his interest appears to be entirely beneficent. He is a strange one, it's true, but no, he is not the adversary. I talked to a being called O, definitely not human. I have sensed O's presence and reached out to it with my mind. It is not an adversary, it's... well, I don't know how to describe it, but rest easy because O probably won't destroy you. Probably. There's a strange, ghostly woman over there. Ah, yes. While she is unpredictable and possibly dangerous, she is not an adversary. We've tried to remove her before, yet she always returns. Rather than risk any damage, we just stay out of her way. I'd advise you to do the same. Okay, that's all. I haven't seen anyone else here. Somehow we got caught up in chapter 1 again. Oh, I'm stuck. How can I serve you today? I'd like a drink. You're in for a treat, friend. A real treat. Assuming you call the possibility of a toxic reaction a treat, of course. He points at the various pipes on the wall. We've positively identified some of these as safe. A smaller subset here are inebriants or hallucinogens. We've got a few that are, well, chancy, as in sometimes they kill people. Cost for a safe drink is 3 shins. Experimental ones? Those are 10. Let's talk about the chancy drinks. We've got this strange black ichor, thick enough that it's almost chewy. There's a pink sludge that's a known entheogen, but its strength varies and sometimes kills people. We have one that smells like Eltaban fruit, and we sometimes use that one to get rid of stubborn grease stains. It's acidic, but, well, maybe it's an acquired taste. I'd like to try the black ichor. He shudders. I tasted this stuff once. I don't remember much about the time afterwards, but I was raving about holes in reality. Well, here's your drink. A strong glass bowl floats under a pipe. A spigot turns and the ichor oozes from it. You can smell it from here. The bowl floats back to you, all without Feriok touching it. Drink fast is my advice, he winks. You put the word to deed. The taste is not unpleasant, though the texture is horrifying. Unbidden, you think of soft flesh rotting under a jungle sun. Nothing happens. At least not right away. Just as you begin to doubt the Icarus' efficacy, you feel the earth shift slightly. The walls shiver and begin to shake. Their surfaces look as if they are slowly melting. You feel the weight of the ceiling and sky forcing you to the floor, and only a great effort of will keeps you standing. Rents begin to appear in the flat surfaces of the bar, in the walls. Scabrous tissue rims their edge, and a deathly chorus pipes through a register almost too high to hear. The world tilts on its axis, and you stagger to the right. Your vision blurs, and the invisible world swims into view, becoming more solid than the world you call home. Ah, there we go.
Yes.
This small, unassuming man occupies this space quietly, hands folded in front of him. He does not look at you, but you can feel his regard slip across you and dismiss you as you approach. His attention remains focused on the trio at the table nearby. Everything about him is nondescript, from his light brown skin to his drab clothing. But something about him gives you pause, as if you were approaching the throbbing core of a fallen vessel. When, at last, he turns his attention on you, you feel his regard settle. Like a soft blanket made of metal, it is almost oppressive. Malaise, he says, that is who I am. His voice sounds distorted, strangely out of sync, as if he were calling to you from a distance. You can't read his thoughts any more than you can read the thoughts of the tables in the bar. Says, shrinking, shuddering. Where did you come from? His voice is strange and disjointed. The world has always known me. Look around the corner. I exist on the smallest edge. Close your eyes and shiver. I am the cold in your bones. The Sassade is my home. The interstice my mind. The frost that surrounds his words suggests that you have offended him. Do you know your name means sickness? Meaning itself is sickness. Vision, action, movement. This is the only sign of health. His slow and indolent gaze is like a great weight on you. The energy that flows in your body. I read it through your skin. I see your actions before your muscles even begin to twitch. The body's secrets are no defense against me. What is sickness compared to this? What can you tell me about yourself? I am a constant. I live. I thrive. When a thought passes in your mind, I rush before it. I hear the pulsing of your thoughts. I am fabric, essential. Why are you watching those people? They shine, they call, they tempt. His voice shimmers strangely, and you hear a distorted echo of thousands of voices mimicking his words. What can you tell me about this place? He slowly turns his gaze towards the other patrons. A lodestone, a gathering of energies. Empty meat, a brief morsel. An obstruction, a bone. An ingrown hair. His empty, terrifying gaze turns back to you. An impediment. I have another possibility for the adversary. Can you check on it? Absolutely. I hope you're wrong, of course. Do you see that man there? Malaise. He is watching you. The blood drains from his face. What? Right there? I see nothing. I feel nothing. He grasps your mind with his, not gently, and he echoes in your skull. Anything there is hidden to me. Ziob, can you sense anything? Let me see. In the center of her forehead, her skin irises open, and a third metallic eye protrudes from her, glowing brightly. It extends from her head on a mechanical segment, emitting a series of rapid flashes that descend through the visible spectrum. At last the eye retracts and her forehead closes. She swallows, and you can feel the fear radiate from her. He's right. It's there on a low pulse, a wavelength far below human thought. A control as hard as a synth steel surrounds him. The adversaries have never done this. I knew they adapted but by the Black Three, what has it learned? It has been watching us for how long? Let me handle it. Alone? I cannot recommend that. I can't recommend that at all. You don't know how powerful they are. You don't know what they can do. The adversaries play a game with their prey, but the stakes are unimaginable. It will destroy you. Please let us help. Leave it to me. You draw close to me, but you do not yet know the words, or the words of desire. I am told that you play a game with your prey adversary. Tell me how it works. His smile is dead, an imitation of cheer. You know my purpose. You ask for truth. You would know it. It is a clarification, an education, strength and will combined, an epiphany, a revelation of power and vision, a guarantee of life, wisdom. His eyes are lambent, full of a strange vitriol. Tell me you wish to play, and we will take your measure. We will find your suitability. The stakes are low. It is a test, nothing more. I want to play your game, adversary. He turns fully toward you, his lambent gaze stripping away your ego. You speak my name. You wish to play. He expands, somehow. Let us begin. Darkness falls around you. Our minds must come into accord. When we achieve concord, when agreement has settled, I shall bring you into my union, and your individuality will no longer trouble you. If we fail to reach accord, I will not bring your consciousness to mine. You will continue to exist alone, unloved, unknown. You must enter my union. It is the fulfillment of all you are. I will guide you away from these small ambitions and tiny dreams. You will no longer exist as you are, but as an adjunct to my dreams and my desires. A sudden chill shivers your spine as he says this. We begin. The stage is set. Light filters into your vision. You view the world from above, a familiar sight from the long fall of your birth. It is nighttime now, and you see great lattices of light joining cities together, extending deep into the oceans. It is a miracle of civilization, a world at peace made possible through a singular vision. Is this your desire? Asks Malaise. Try to identify the technology powering the lights. Something about the hue of the lights, their cyclical flicker nags at you. After a few moments it comes to you. These are unstable reactors prone to failures, spectacular, hugely toxic failures. And from the cycling of the colors in the spectrum you see the reactors are on the verge of failure. This is not my desire, it is dangerous. A brief pause. No, it would have been a world at peace, but observe. The beautiful lattice grows, beckoning. One of the nodes flares and pulses, sending a surge of light through the network. All the nodes flare simultaneously then, and the cool blue of the lights erupt into the lurid scarlet and orange of flame. The continent is aflame, and your enhanced vision shows you the agony of a billion dying souls. Observe, says Malaise. Again, your perspective is from above. A mass of emaciated, half-naked people surges towards a gate, a great wave crashing against the walls of a storehouse. Nervous guards on the wall clutch strange bolt throwers, but they do not attack. They seem terrified, perhaps, of the starving people who storm the gates and their hunger. The gates begin to sway. The guards raise their weapons to their shoulders, take aim and place their fingers on their triggers. They squeeze. Is this your desire? Examine the scene for clues. With a thought, you close in on the people. The closer you draw, the less human they are. All of them move almost in unison, a single creature or directed by a single mind. The storehouse does not contain food. It holds books and data cubes full of knowledge. And the mob looks as though they want to destroy that wisdom. But wait, you feel a presence in the crowd, something that feels like the seed of Malace's mind. The information in the storehouse would destroy the mind's growth. This is my desire. Let the guards fire. Pause. It is your desire. Why do you resist the call of a singular wisdom? This path leads to death. Observe. The weapons spit out a dissolving flame, and the violence of the crowd becomes a pool of viscous soup. Within, a woman opens one of the data cubes. Time passes, sped by some strange alchemy. The woman has used her knowledge to build a horrifying biological creation, and it unleashes spores across the planet. The indigenous life sickens and dies, the flora fades, and the world becomes a dead, dull sphere. At the same time, the adversaries never rise. This vision fades away and Malaise says, observe. You feel Malaise inside your imagination, pulling forth images and fears. You are in a darkened room lit only by holograms. You feel a strange connection to a young woman who lies in a tank, alive by the grace of your abilities. The insignia you know as a cast-off tattoo blazes on her incubator. You reach out to press it. And then you feel a presence in the dark. You turn. The sorrow. It exudes a tendril, and that tendril wavers between you and the woman. You have only a moment to react. Focus on the particulars of the room and ignore the looming danger of the sorrow. It focuses on a breach, some violation of fundamental truths. Something you have done has upset the balance, and you must right it or be destroyed. One of you must die, but the love you bear for the child, the thought of her oblivion is unbearable. Losing her voice in the world would be an abomination. Let the sorrow take the woman. This is also my desire. The image shifts forward in time. It shows a consciousness skipping through a series of bodies, and you get a flicker flash of the pain and anguish those bodies leave behind. Each of them moves through the world, and you watch their psychic imprint, great ripples of suffering that extend from them. Let us evaluate our compatibility. You deviate from knowledge. I will correct you. I will teach you desire. I will bring you comprehension of truth. You will see the explosions of pleasure and pain. You will know dominance when I am finished. The adversary's will begins to batter at your thoughts, a chaotic melange of hunger and power, and you can feel your control slipping. In an instant, you realize that if you can control it, if it can control you, it will snuff you out forever. Resist the adversary. You throw the force of your mind, the burden of your psyche, all the unfinished business, all the desires, all the striving, into the struggle to push Malace's weight from you. Images flicker. You are a statue, frozen in place, but you force yourself to move, ever so slowly. You are a lock in a wildfire, but you creep outside of the ring of flames. You are in space, naked, dying, and you continue the safety of walls around you. And you conjure the safety of walls around you. For every image the adversary places in front of you, you counter with images of safety and comfort. For every danger you imagine sanctuary, armor, victory. You thwart his despair with hope. And at last you close in on the adversary, or at least its projection into this reality. It is a great extrusion of psionic force pushing through a shimmering wall. With a thought you harden that wall, strengthening the barriers between worlds, and the extrusion dissolves into dream space. When you open your eyes, Malaise is gone. I am forever in your debt, friend. Forever. He clasps your hand, and you notice that the haunted look has left his eyes. For the first time in ages, it feels as though a dark cloud has lifted. You have done wonderful things for us, for the city. They'll never know, but you're a true hero. You feel his presence within your mind, rifling through your recent experiences, and then he's gone. You have done something I never would have dreamed possible. Never. You saw something that needed to be done, and you did it. He reaches under the table and pulls out a strange-looking device. Here, he says, take this. You've earned it, and more. Earned Shadow Step, bonded item. Plus 50% movement speed, plus 2 speed pool, plus 1 damage per effort applied, max plus 6 on esoteric attacks. I don't know that we can ever express our gratitude. Farewell, friend. Speed. Aw. Got it. And this gives you -2 might pool. I don't know if I care. Whoops. Oh, move one. He gets one more. Let's see here. Doubt they'll ever need to heal might, but you never know, you never know. Intellect, she might want that at some point. Speed points, they go on her. We do something with this thing now. Examine Arif again. Nope. The hero of the hour. He raises his glass and swallows a sizable amount, apparently in your honor. You have turned the unlikely into a reality. For that you have my thanks. You have done a great thing, though none may ever know it. Know that I and my friends hold you in high regard. Although she claims not to be a mind reader, Zyob's mind is impenetrable. She might as well be one of the bartender's pumps. What was that eye in your head? The damage is done, I suppose, so there's no harming you knowing now. Though I'll thank you to keep my secret. I'm a Mlox, a machine mind in a human body. The Mloxen are quiet and friendly for the most part. We want to be left alone, like you. And here among my friends I can be like you. I can be useful. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it much further. It's considered impolite among my people. Farewell. And we still don't know anything new about our quest. I'd like a drink. I'd like to try the pink sludge. He raises an eyebrow and a heavy glass veers over to the tap. The tap opens, filling the glass with an effervescent pink slop, and the glass drifts over to you. Veriok dusts off his hands theatrically. Though they never touched your glass, he grins. Drink carefully, don't overdo. But you have already quaffed it. It is thick and flavorless, but its effects are fast-acting. Your muscles seize, including your heart. Death snatches you so abruptly that you hardly notice the transition.
Faltering. I'm hurt.
Is thing still closed? Oh no, hello? As you cross through the portal, you hear the ringing of synth plate being battered, followed by frantic shouts. Focus, villain! Keep the beast away from me. I need just a little more time. You think focus is my problem. This is a piece of the sorrow, not some broken hound. Kamose spots you over the writhing haunches of the monster. Brothers, calm yourselves. Our friend is not lost as we feared. He will help. Strange. I saw it place a barrier against you mere seconds ago. You broke through so quickly. It shakes its head. No matter. I have an esotery that may banish this creature, but I need a few moments longer to prepare it. Assist Kamose and Villan in defending me so I may do so. Oh, you know. Or you know, he could help. How do you know the ritual of yours will even work? Complete your esotery. Divya teach you. I'll help them fight it off. As you say, if you have any knowledge of the Numenera, you might also assist me, speeding the process. Get over here if that's true, otherwise I will complete it myself. The sorrow fragment snarls at Villain, preparing another assault. The threat of violence triggers a reflex deep in your mind, and you subconsciously begin to summon reflections of your current companions. I don't know if it does anything to suppress it. I kinda wanna try that. Suppress the reflections and face the sorrow fragment alone. Got 99 health, god damn. His arms fold and extend in peaceful undulations as he drones a language you do not understand. Motes of light float around his hands. His eyes meet yours. It is a complex esotery I devised to protect against the sorrow. I regret I was never able to make it strong enough for that creature, but perhaps it will be able to aid us here. You watch his arcane gestures and listen carefully to his words. The ritual is vastly complex, but you begin to recognize a pattern within it. Divyatichu notices your attention. You understand? Perhaps you can assist. With two of us, we might complete the ritual more quickly, but I don't have any more actions, so I can't do that. Issue challenged. Oh. You're tanking? It's working. The fragment's tether is weakening. Sorrow fragment charge up. Oh no. Oh, hell yeah. Sucker punch that bitch. Lore mystical. Listening to Divyatichu's incantation, you pick up the pattern of syllables he utters and devise a counter melody. The motes flash and shimmer as your voices coalesce. Thank you. That sped the process greatly. I am afraid another verse would create too much energy for me to conduct, though. It is wounded. Perhaps this will work. We are halfway there, my friends. We can do this. With the fragment of the sorrow gone, you feel new connections being made in your mind. It is as though the sorrow itself were keeping you from your full potential. Oh, well done. We are in your debt multiple times now. In his debt? It's his fault we're trapped here in the first place, by my count. He stops and stares at his hands. They're transparent and becoming more so. Hey, what's going on? Intriguing. It looks at its hands and feet, which are fading in the same way. We are no longer tied to this place. Our consciousnesses are finding a more suitable location. I can feel the pull, as though my memories are being sifted for material to create something new. What does this mean? Are we dying? Are we free? Neither, I think. You can see through his head and chest. It means this part of the mental construct is not ours, not truly. We are being drawn to some place that is. She places a hand on your shoulder. It feels solid, though you can hardly see it anymore. Farewell, friend, brother. I don't know if we'll meet again, but until... Then they're gone, and you're alone. I think they're easier when you're solo, more or less. If you summon your companions, then I think you get more enemies that way. He looks worriedly to a different corner of the calm. A new portal has appeared, where there was only one empty space before. Or where there was only empty space before. They're in there, he says anxiously. Defeating that first fragment opened up the way, but there are a lot of them in there. I can feel them. They're feeding on your mind. He gives you a nervous smile. It's probably better to get rid of them, but I don't know if you can. You'll have to be strong. Stronger than you are now, I bet. Alright, he's still useless. As your body pours from the portal, an ad hoc laboratory comes into view. Irregular catwalks connect several platforms, each littered with dusty machines, tools, and displays. In the center of each platform stands a strong glass tank glowing like the orbs from the dark fathom you were born in. You have a feeling that, like the orbs, those tanks contain your memories. Each tank is connected to a machine on the same platform. Caustic black ichor sputters from all but the nearest of the glowing tanks, keeping you from seeing or even feeling what lies inside. The oily film on the nearest machine pauses, almost as if it has noticed your presence. It begins to drain from the device. As the black sludge coalesces, you recognize it as a fragment of the sorrow. Stronger from feeding on your subconscious all this time. Because the fragments have been feeding on your tidal energy, you sense that they are bound to you, at least for now. You may be able to use the machines in this place to manipulate them. A mental reflex twitches, a subconscious response to the perceived threat, calling forth reflections of your current companions. Let's summon them.
Okay, I guess I can use this.
The sorrow's fragments emit a psychic static, disrupting your ability to understand what the flickering holograms from this machine are trying to convey. It's too far away. Don't really want to spend all this energy here. But hey, what else can we do? Not much. And I become hidden when she hides, so that's a little bit interesting.
Think that's best.
Makes no sense, but still a bit interesting. Is this a melee unit? Or melee character? Yeah. Yeah, okay, you can see. Warp dash, 6 damage. Apparently.
You will suffer. I can barely scratch this thing.
I think slows is something that might be actually
Rolled in a ton.
very useful. Judging by the images and information flitting across the display, it is some sort of control mechanism for the tank on this platform. Pictograms flicker across the flat surface on the device, the information and options changing before your eyes. It's responding to your thoughts as you seek a way to dispatch the sorrow fragments. Begin charging a tidal pulse to paralyze nearby fragments. The roiling energies in the tank begin to slow and move in unison, coalescing into a visibly ordered pattern, as the machine indicates a buildup of energy. It indicates that a paralyzing pulse will detonate before your next action. Well, let's just hope that I don't get hit by that shit.
Doing that's learning, I guess.
That's not a lot of damage. You only have one edge? 10% hit chance, that's not very strong. Oh yeah, she had to stand up. That's why I couldn't attack. You get paralyzed, bitch. What, that counts as it being dead? The fuck? Hello, Thelonious. It's going alright. I'm just trying to finish up some small things before moving on to the next chapter. So, is this thing dead now, or what? Can't really tell.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Pictograms flicker across the flat surface on the device, the information and options changing before your eyes. It's responding to your thoughts as you seek a way to dispatch the sorrow fragments. So we just do the exact same thing again? Attracting the fragments? Why would I do that? But I don't know. Fine, let's try it, I guess. Tidal fumes spill from the projector, sizzling and evaporating like water on a hot pan as it spreads across the floor. The sorrow's fragments turn towards the platform. This, I don't know. I think this is not permanent, but I guess we'll see. So right now it seems permanent.
Doing that's learning, I guess.
But also, it doesn't show that there's any more fragments anywhere. Well, whatever, I guess. Nice miss, bro. They seem to have a shitload of armor. So let's check transdimensional damage or something. Now that does a lot of damage. So they have a lot of resistance as well, so I'm not sure it helps, but 11 damage is pretty good, I think. Why did she get hit anyway? What is this doing if she's just getting hit anyway? He's taunted, but he doesn't give a shit? I don't get it. Okay, so this is how you see that Matkina will get affected. Her marker starts spinning a little bit when this is going to hit her. So it's not exactly good, but it at least actually shows.
That's the stuff.
Rin can heal Matkina. I have really bad combat characters here right now. 2 damage, that is sweet. Very amazing.
Something you might not expect. It's not working. Try something else.
And if we attack, we can do 11 normal damage. So it doesn't really matter what we do, just gotta stab it. Sorrow Fragment Burst, that sounds bad.
Let's get it off me.
I don't think I can really damage them very well. I can hit 30% chance. 50. I need heal intellect to be able to do damage here. Oh, she can heal while she's invisible, I think.
What is that? That feels great.
And now can no longer damage the enemy. Man, he's so shit. So Matkina is our only chance here.
That's but a taste.
%70 chance. Maybe Rin can land a hit. 20% chance to do 2 damage. Very sweet.
That would work.
Nope. Miss.
As if there were any doubt of my skill.
With the last of the sorrow fragments neutralized, you feel a cool breeze flow through you. Mind and body. Your muscles tense with dexterity and strength you haven't felt before, and your mind flows gracefully from thought to thought, exploring possibilities and sensations more quickly than ever before. Gradually you become aware of a shadow in your mind. The sorrow still has one stronghold somewhere in the labyrinth. You've almost driven it out entirely, but not yet. As you inspect this device, you feel it rifling through your mind, bringing up a blur of unbidden images. One of them in particular demands your attention, tugging insistently at a buried memory. Allow the memories to come. You enter the tavern and every face turns to you. The warm sussers of conversation trails off. They know you, and they know what you've come here for. The Aldea of Thor supports the nearby clave, and the locals keep a chary eye on the Eon priests. They know the dangers of the Numenera. The scientists on Earth, and given their proximity to the endless battle, they know what your tattoo means. You hear the sharp whispers, "Cast off, scum." You don't give them the satisfaction of looking. But you can feel the tension in the room as you make your way up to the bar. The tavern keeper won't meet your eye. You know what comes next. You sigh and turn your face to the room. A large, burly woman stands in front of you. "You're not welcome here, cast-off. Your damned war is a bane. We'll have no cast-offs here, not anymore. Get out, or by the gods we'll make you wish you had." You feel energy is building and swirling within you. Your smile is savage as you weave a net of the tides. You have no idea who you're talking to. I am no cast-off. I am their creator. I am the author of the endless battle. I am the changing god, and you will revere me. You hold your hands wide and the tides spill from you. Half the villagers fall to their knees, weeping as your will twists their hatred into adoration. The burly woman yanks a knife from her belt. "You will not take my mind, monster." Her neighbors fall on her before she can take another step, knives flashing. Her life spills across the floor, around your feet. You step through it, trailing bloody footprints to the door, and you're not sure if the disgust you feel is for the dead woman or for yourself. I don't think these machines do anything. Images flicker in the air, projected from this machine, reliving the same scene over and over again. As you study the device, you feel it reaching into your mind, pulling memories to the surface. Let the memory take you. You have an excellent narrator voice? Nice, maybe someone will actually watch my YouTube videos. You are watching a display cast through crystal prisms. The images and the colors are a jagged rainbow, just as they have been in every previous iteration of this machine, when they should be a single glowing picture. At least, if this device is to function as intended. You hiss through your teeth in frustration. How many years must you waste in trying to align these energies? Is this effort fruitless? Turn it off, you snarl. Your apprentice pays you no heed. "A moment longer," he murmurs. "Just a moment." He is kneeling before the control panel, and he reaches in to make a slight adjustment. Above him the images and the colors align. He sits back on his haunches. An enormous grin wreathes his face. "I knew it," he laughs. "I could hear it whispering to me. It's like it wants to be done. This is my masterpiece. Now what's the next step?" You're not sure if your cast-off prodigy is talking to you or the machine. I don't really make YouTube content. I mostly just use it to store my streams. But that's the link. You stare at the back of his head. He's undeniably gifted. In certain aspects, you have to admit, he even surpasses you. This is, after all, part of why you constructed his body the way you did. But now that he's achieved this, do you dare to let him return to the world? He knows your deepest secret now and holds your future in his hands. But you feel a certain affection for him. To kill him would be poor thanks indeed. Instead, you speak. "Masov," you whisper. He turns around, and the instant he makes eye contact, the full force of your psychic power crashes through his meager defenses. You insinuate yourself into his memories and erase the details of this last year of work. It is a crude tool, a bludgeon, but you tell yourself that it's kinder than destroying him. You almost believe it. The machine projects a looping holographic scene. As you study it, you briefly feel it probe your mind, and then an onrushing wave of artificial nostalgia as it summons memories. Allow the memory to come. You have been walking under the wasted sun for what feels like days. The sun does not move on the horizon, and its incessant heat has scoured the plane of life. Your water is running low, and you are seriously considering abandoning this body. And then you see shapes shimmering on the horizon. You release an eye catcher. It will tell you if there is a mirage or a it will tell you if this is a mirage or a destination. It shoots into the sky, vanishing from sight. It returns with good news. You've discovered an oasis of sorts. You trudge onward, bitterly wishing for better boots. When at last you reach the rude collection of wattle and daub huts, primitive humans gathering around you, beseeching you in a strange tongue. They offer you some of their precious remaining water, and you settle down to learn the basics of their language. After a day, you know enough to understand the depths of their plight. They say the lurker in the cave has stolen the sun's momentum. They beg for your aid. After a fitful nap, you begin the perilous climb to the cave. Inside, a long-forgotten installation houses a trapped construct. It speaks through the scree of a fallen ceiling, and it tells you that it has demanded the autochathons clear the rubble. No, it was pronounced autochathons. Oh, yeah, autochathons. The autochathons. Something like that. Autochathons clear the rubber. When they refused to dig it free so that it could return to its work, it sealed the plane inside a time bubble. They will come to reason, it concludes. You don't have time for this. The construct's needs are paltry compared to the need for water. You concentrate, marshalling your powers. The tides you have been researching. You imagine them as a blade and you hurl them against the construct's circuitry. The machine struggles, throwing up defenses against you, but it is no match for this new energy. It fizzles and dies, and you feel a wrench as time lurches back into motion. You look at your hands. The flesh hangs loose on your suddenly skeletal frame. A steep price to pay. A steep price to protect these villagers. A low, aromatic fog surrounds this device, and every whiff of the vapor conjures up a memory from deep within you. The cheering throng that spreads before you across Government Square has a voice like thunder, rolling and booming through the city. The people in it are victims, survivors, victors, and the last of their enemies kneel before you on the broad steps. You hold your hands aloft for silence. The thunder subsides to a low murmur and becomes a quiet, hungry wait. They want to see vengeance. And so do you. Oh, the ache is so strong. Augesti Telkotu, you proclaim. Orphan Maker, Hope Smasher. The crowd seethes at his titles. Today is the day of your judgment, you roar. Today is the day that Tabat pay in full for the crimes against our citizens, against humanity everywhere. Today sees an end, at last, to the Tabat. The crowd erupts in frenzied joy. You lean forward and whisper in his ears. You have two choices, a quick death or an immortality for which you sacrifice your ambition and your freedom. The Tabat stares at you, his strange eyes wide. Why? Because one choice will end your subjugation, here, now, cleanly. The other will give you immortality, but by imprisoning you in time. But consider, one day I might die, and on that day you'll still be here. I am giving you a gift, if you can master it, a victory, but only if you can learn the deadly art of patience. The Tabat scowls, sensing some trick. You touch him with your mind to shove him over the edge of desire. He winces as the ripples of your psyche washes over him. He rumbles. Death holds no fear, but I will tell the future how I bested you. The smile as you turn away, signaling for the machines that will enslave him to your will. Then you pause. He was a notable foe. Perhaps he deserved better than to be a permanent marker to your triumph. You owed him the right to make his own choices, you think. Then you remember the faces of the sickened and dying. You inject him yourself. This little device issues a series of ticks and clicks, and each one calls to a different part of your mind. You feel a memory coming. But allow the memory to come. You're lost in the scent of her hair, the taste of her mouth, the feel of her skin. You stumble against the floor and fumble with the lock, unwilling to break contact with this remarkable, beautiful, wonderful woman. Even before you manage to wrestle the door open, you're already shrugging out of your clothes. Once inside, the rest of your clothes disappear as if by magic. The city outside is noisy, but you can't hear the din of the market as you focus on her breath, her eyes, her body, and the day vanishes like your clothes. Eventually, hours later, nights fall, and the two of you collapse onto the ruined bed. She drifts off to sleep, whispering in your ear of what you could accomplish together. As her contented breath warms your chest, you reflect. You never expected Salameri to be like this when you sought her out. You intended only to take advantage of her position and her expertise, but she has become so much more in such a short time. She makes you reconsider everything you've been striving towards for all these years. Gods, you don't remember feeling love like this for anyone since... No. Another memory swells, and it reminds you of your goal. What you want in this moment can't distract you from the centuries you have spent building this life. You stroke Salameri's hair, and the tides trickle from you into her dreams. You break her love for you, turning it back to the work you discussed. You refocus her mind and rebuild her affection. You don't want to lose this, but you can't cast off your ambition. You lie in bed, waiting for her to wake, for the work to start again. A single tear wells in your eye. You dash it away. I think that was all of them. We looked at this one. Yeah. And we looked at this one. You did it! This whole place feels, I don't know, brighter now. But don't get cocky. The sorrow can still kill you well and good in the real world. Find Masov before that happens. How did Doom get into my mind? Couldn't say, he says, frowning. But it was probably imprisoned for a reason, and not just because it shows up in minds uninvited. Be careful. Okay. Oh yeah, back to the bar. That's where we are.
Thank the gods. I thought you were going to leave me here. Of course we can help. Right, Al?
Clear mind. +1 might, speed, and intellect pool. I'd like a drink. The chancy drinks. I'd like to try the grease cutter. He wrinkles his nose. Really? On your own head, I suppose. He concentrates and a bottle floats over to the tap. The fluid spills into the bottle and you hear it hiss. The bottle floats to you and you can see the liquid inside is thin and oily. It smells like talc, the infectious runoff from a pairing between flesh and machine. It smells like a trash-eating lark gorged itself on rotten fruit and lost control of its bowels. You hold your nose and down it. Say what you will about the smell, the drink packs a powerful wallop. You lose control of your motor functions and stagger briefly. Colors flash across your eyes, and for a moment everything becomes unbearably funny, just before a wave of utter sadness wipes all thoughts of laughter from your mind. On its heels comes rage, lust, all the emotions of the human condition condensed into a perfect, jewel-like moment. Then it shatters. You're lying on the floor in a pool of your vomit. Okay, cool.
Done.
But now I am very confused. Who is it that I need to talk to? Someone needs to teach us about the tides. Someone with
Like a whisper.
some kind of gate or portal inside them. What could that mean? I already talked to who I thought it was gonna be.
Doing begets learning, I guess.
That's the stuff.
This thin, fidgeting Eon priest shoots furtive sidelong glances at the creature in the nearby cage, while humming a nonchalant tune. When he sees that you're watching him, he flinches. Over the course of a few frantic breaths, Shark becomes embarrassed anger, and he opens his mouth to shout at you. There must be a way, but how? They never leave it alone. Yes? What is it? What is so goddamn fascinating about me that you feel the need to stare? What do you know about the creature over there? What? Beliasar says, jumping. Then he takes a breath and struggles to sound offhand. It's a Numenera, a biomechanical creature, an information gatherer in fact. He seems to calm down as he warms to the topic. They're dangerous though, you can only speak to them at night. During daylight they'll attack without provocation. You're planning something, aren't you? Frowning at your words, Beliazar turns to regard you. Then he notices your tattoo and his eyes go wide. I've heard of people like you. What are you doing? No, never mind. You just asked me. He trails off and seems to reach a decision. I am working on something dangerous, and it would be an honor if you could lend your assistance. I get the feeling he understands me. Beliasar glances around the plaza as if looking for spies, then beckons you to him. I have a device, he says in a hoarse whisper that can probably be heard from meters away. If someone can get close enough to affix it to the creature's cage, it will activate and teleport the Nyctherion to the Reef of Fallen Worlds. He snickers, and rubs his hands together. And then? It's an insane plan, yet how else can I make a name for myself? Greatness demands risk. Study it? In a manner of speaking. Biomechanical organisms fascinate me, and the Nyctherion doubly so. I have never gotten to examine one up close, so he lowers his voice. I want you to teleport the creature out of its cage, kill it and bring me the, memory organ. How does the teleportation device work? I'm not sure, Beliazar admits, mouth twisting. My former colleague found it within the rusted casing of a war machine. I say former because when he activated it, he disappeared. We found his remains, spread across the reef as if he was hurled at the ground with great force. He looks briefly nauseous at the memory. Now you might be thinking the Nyctherion will perish in the same manner, and it might, but I wouldn't count on it. The creature can float. This sounds too easy. I just walk up and plant the device on the creature's cage and activate it. If it were that easy, I would do it. But the creature's captors protect its cage and, well, they've already caught me once. But they won't be watching for you. Beliasar rubs the back of his hand across his mouth. Tell them you wish to see the beast and plant the device when they're not watching. And if you get caught, don't tell them I sent you. He lowers his voice to a horrified whisper. They said they'd lodged a complaint with the Order. There's also the part about killing it, but he doesn't need to think about that yet. Alright, give me the device and I'll see what I can do. Here it is, he says, handing it over and nervously licking his lips. Be very, very careful. I don't have another one. A curious tendril uncurls towards the device. You and Beliasar turn towards in unison. Sruk, it says, giving the new nodule a poke. Stop poking it, Beliasar hisses, white-faced. He runs a nervous arm across his forehead. Go, he says, shooing you with his hands. Go before they notice us talking. YOLO. The Nycthemeron seems to sense your approach and it reacts predictably, thrashing and failing in a desperate attempt to harm you. Its struggles are fruitless, the cage holds it fast. Affix Beliasar's device to the panel. You place Beliasar's trinket on the cage, near the worn panel. Legs extrude from it, molding themselves to the shape and texture of the cage's material, and lights flicker up and down its length. You back away from the cage slowly as the lights gain speed and duration. The light show on the cage ends as sudden as it is started, but the Nyctherion inside begins to glow, its skin color sliding across the spectrum, and it dissolves from the outside in, unraveling. An audible pop accompanies its disappearance as air rushes in to fill the place where it existed, and Canadu's head snaps around at the noise. He rushes over, followed closely by his partner. What happened here? What did you do? His hand snaps out faster than you'd believe it and snatches your collar. Where did the Nycthemeron go? Let's not be hasty, Kanadu. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for this. He shoots you a look, measured and full of meaning. I would hope that our friend here can provide it. I released it. His weathered face cracks open in surprise. You... what? You released him? Where? How did you even get past the cage's controls? You realize what you've done, how dangerous that creature is. He turns a despairing gaze towards his partner, whose expression is grim and unforgiving. If this cage can't hold a Nycthemeron, it can't hold a god. We'll have to make it better. What? Decades of work, centuries for nothing. He pokes his fingers at you. You're a fool, a worthless scraping of filth best left to dry out in the sun. He leans in and rasps. And if it weren't for the levies here, you'd be scraping your brains from the grass. Someday your luck will fail, and you'll find yourself defenseless against your own stupidity. I hope I'm there to see it. But now, well, you've ruined our profits here and countless lives back home. Time for us to go. Nothing. You've just discovered a weakness in the cage. That's good news, if you believe in knowledge. The glaive is too angry to speak, but his partner nods at you and places a hand on his friend's shoulder. It's not so bad as all that, Kanadu. At least, we've learned something. Exposed a weakness, yes? Even if it's not quite the way we wanted to find out. Perhaps we owe something of gratitude. He laughs. But maybe that gratitude comes with time. Right now, I'm furious. The two of them begin packing their gear, wordlessly and efficiently. El Jinto weighs the coin purse and shakes his head when Kanadu looks at him. As the two pass you, Kanadu looks like he's about to add something. He thinks better of it, laughs to himself and spits at your feet as they pass by.
That's something I could do.
Alright, let's go check out this thingy here. I want to get rid of already, but I can't figure out where to go. Like, I'm just doing everything that I can imagine. At the end of the platform, the Nycthemeron hangs lazily in the air. As you draw near, the creature tenses, orienting yourself in your direction, and its tentacles lash back and forth in mindless rage. Back away. But you can't, like, there's nothing, there's no night. So it's a weird anecdote, right? How can I speak to it then if it's weird? Okay, so really, you can't really do anything with it then. Other than kill it. Alright, let's just kill it then. If we can. Seems pretty crazy, dude.
Off me.
So it is this settings beholder, I think.
That's the stuff. You think that's best?
Oh, it's out of range? Come on. It's so extremely tanky though.
This should be spectacular.
Bam. And then we just attack for free. God damn. This is pretty neat because she gets to attack twice. It's just that it's kind of weird, the hit chance here. Because wouldn't the hit chance be individual?
This should be spectacular.
For monster? I don't really understand the AoE system. Or whatever. And this system right here is personally completely unacceptable for a turn-based tactics style game, where you have a movement phase and you have an attack phase, but it's too hard to determine where your attack range is before you move, and after you move you can't like undo it and reposition yourself. So if you just move like 1 millimeter incorrectly, then you're just wasted your turn, and that's just really stupid. I absolutely hate that. And here we go. Oh shit, no. Oh, I misclicked this as well. Uh-oh, I misclicked. Oh, I wasted my whole turn.
Oh god, did I just...
You step cautiously around the Nycthemeron's limp tendrils, working your way towards the creature's rubbery head. There, a vein-speckled organ is visible through a charred and soggy rift in the creature's flesh. You reach in and tear it out with as much care as you can. The tickly fibers of electricity snap harmlessly between your fingers. Eleazar tips back and forth on his heels, humming casually. He gives you a solemn, clandestine wink. I have the Nycthemron's brain. Eleazar gives you your reward. Then he reverently takes the dripping mass off your hands. I can't wait to get this back to my lab, he says, his eyes shining with a child's raw exhilaration. Look at it, coated in nano-spirit fluid, bound with 3 data logs. It's like a puzzle that no one gets to solve but me. And with that, he scampers away. Once I solve this, the entire order will know my name. Psychic Guard gained +1 level in Cypher use skills. That is lame. Do we have any other ideas? One issue is that the game has a little bit too few, like you can't ask people about anything. That is relevant to anything that you need to know. So who the... A being from beyond this reality opened through a gate in a man's body. No, I can't think of anyone. But that might mean one thing.
My understanding has increased.
That might mean it's up here in the little tavern or whatever here. It's like the only place we haven't been. In here. This woman's expression defies easy definition. It is cool and professional, but focused, interested. She nods at you and clasps her hands. I haven't seen you in here before, she says. Her voice is oddly muted. Before we begin, you should understand where we are. She gestures to one of the plant-like structures nearby. This is the Red Thicket. No one can listen in on our conversation here. You can only hear me because I am speaking to you directly. One of her eyebrows arches suddenly. You are trying to scan my thoughts. You won't find anything in my mind, of course. If I could be undone by so simple a trick, I'd be out of business. She flicks the air near her shoulder, though nothing is there. It's a useful skill nonetheless. People's best secrets are rarely found on the surface, but their thoughts can guide you if you listen. I expect you and I will have much to talk about. Have you come to trade? Trade what? I am a knowledge broker, she says, a hunter of information. Come to me with questions, and if I have answers, I will trade them. She straightens further and blinks once, managing to make the simple action look as though it was planned in advance. My pricing is simple. A secret for a secret. The only condition is that it must be one I do not already know, and I should warn you that I know a great deal. What's the catch? Well spotted, she says. There is one, of course, but it is hardly unexpected. Anything you choose to tell me will of course be traded to others in due time. A rare, slight smile graces her lips. In short, if you wish to keep something a secret, don't tell it to me. I am interested in exchanging secrets. Good, she says simply. What information do you need? I want to propose something different. I'll trade you information for a secret you find interesting. Agreed. She says. What do you offer? Would you accept secrets about Sega's cliffs? Of course, she says. If I don't already know them, of course. The anechoic lazaret in the reef can be opened with the eye of a Molox. Her eyebrows raise halfway towards her hairline. Very useful, she says, swiftly tapping the air over her breastbone several times. Fascinating. Now for your interesting secret, she traces the corner of her lips thoughtfully. The merchants Valinda and Steristi are in love and have been for many years. Valinda has never heard Steristi's voice. Oh, okay. Bye. Irathor Bren. The slim man looks to be in good shape, and though his face remains hidden within his hood, he carries himself with confidence. His clothing exudes something like smoke that makes him look a bit like a ghost. Perhaps a man who can't be found if he doesn't want to be. Irathor Bran, he states. Pleasure. I'm a merc, head of the Eanthine Spectre Company. What brings you to the Red Thicket? Tell me about the Eanthine Spectre Company. Eanthine. We do infiltration mostly, he says with a smoothness that implies he's given this speech before. Sabotage, assassinations, assorted hostile recovery. Sometimes the city hires us to handle local threats. Problematic tribes, roaming predators, you name it. He chuckles. Pretty quiet these days, not like when we got started. Our first big job was a series of assaults in the Endless Battle. He looks familiar, that tattoo especially. Can't think why I'd know him though. His eyes flick to your tattoo for an instant. What did you do in the Endless Battle? Can't say, he says automatically. Contracts, you understand. All I can tell you is that Chalcedon pays on time, and that's more than I can say for some of the employers I've had over the years. He sighs. One of the best jobs we've ever had. You're a professional. I respect that. Well, you don't learn to keep your mouth shut, you don't get new jobs, or you get dead. He shrugs. Not professional so much as practical. Now, my turn for questions. It's not just the tattoo that gives you away. I know you, don't I? Where from? We fight together? Fight each other? What is it? His hand drops to a pocket near his hip. Tell the truth now, I'll know if you're lying. Try to remember how you know Irathor. You focus on the man, his features, and open your mind. Can we trust them, you hear yourself say, your voice muted by the years. They're mercenaries, your companion replies. Of course we can't. That's not what I meant, you snap. Can we trust them to finish the work? If not, kill them now. There is no time for uncertainty. You return to the present just in time to hear Irathor speak again. Well, are you going to tell me how we know each other or not? Are you threatening me? Threatening, he snorts. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. A brawl in Government Square. He shakes his head. No, just curious. If we were enemies before, well, I'd like to know. But I'm not about to take it personally. Business is business. So tell me, how do we know each other? I was also in the Endless Battle. Say no more, he says, raising a hand. Should have known, with that tattoo and all. My curiosity does get the better of me. What is your company doing in sales? Negotiations, he says shortly. I am between meetings with a few council representatives. They may want us for some ongoing work. He shows his teeth. Bit of a bidding war going on right now, to be honest. We're in demand. So long as all sides are interested, the strongest will prevail, as it should be. And there is something in that satisfaction behind that smile that catches your notice. He isn't just happy at the prospect of a solid payday. It's the smile of a man who believes that everything is going according to plan. Alright. I'm tired of this. Let's, Servant of the Tides. It's too shallow. I don't know where to go. Yeah. See, that's the issue. When we went to the next chapter, this failed. But now, when we are on this step, now we can go to the next chapter. So, let's go. Here we go.
Sure it's safe. You're sure it's safe?
Feel like we should rest before we go anywhere. I convinced Omadon to give up looking for Persea. That is wonderful news, she says, her eyes shining. You have done her a great kindness. I'd like a room for the night. Of course, as before, the price is 20 shins per person. It's insanely expensive. Oh, but you have to run to the other side of the world to sleep for free. It's 80 shins, dude.
That's something I could do.
Perfect. Like a whisper.
Doing begets learning, I guess. That's the stuff.
Keep tight.
Thanks.
There.
Let's go.
Wait. There's one more thing that's undone.
You won't notice I'm gone.
I'm to use my automaton instead. Let's go to the Cave of Last Words. Just start digging in a random direction. Is that a secret area? Got it. But this, we need to go here. We didn't finish everything because I didn't have any intellect left. Try to remember why this feels familiar. The holographic panel appears to be a control interface. In the center is what looks like a utility map of Sega's cliffs. It's surrounded by a number of symbols you cannot immediately identify, and in the upper right quadrant is some sort of cube within a cube. Strange as the panel is, you can't shake a strong sense of familiarity about it. Anamnesis. A memory emerges as clear as if it were happening to you right now. You're at a cracked door at the base of a stairwell. The door squeaks quietly as you ease it open. Your breath catches in your throat, but the Tabat soldiers outside don't notice you. You squeeze through the door, a keen-eyed young girl behind you, and slip out the tower down the blood-stained corridor and into the city. The city is under attack. You dash through the streets to the nearest of your generators, passing a couple of buttons. You and the girl are teleported elsewhere. You find yourself in front of the very same control panel atop the cliff. With quick movements, you shift the tesseract, slipping the controls from space to time. Then you press the cluster of stars to connect the network of temporal shield generators. On the map, the network of generators bursts to life, sharing energy across the city to create an enormous shield over all of Sega's cliffs. The dome of energy fills the sky, unmooring the city from time itself. On the other side of the shield, the world shifts and shimmers, objects and landscape appearing and disappearing before your eyes. The place is the same, you realize, but you're seeing it in many different time periods at once. The important thing is that no one can enter or exit the dome while the city is temporarily unmoored. That should buy the city's defenders the space they need to fight off the Tabat and survive. The memory fades. You stand above Caravanserai again. The interface is the same as the one from your memory, and you understand what at least some of these controls do. Examine the interface closely. The map of Segas has a number of locations highlighted, some of which you recognize. There are 4 symbols around it, a circle that looks like the sun, a cluster of stars, a triangle of 3 eyes, and what looks like a crystal lattice. All the symbols are lit except for the crystal lattice. Larger than all 4 symbols is the cube within a cube, which you suddenly remember is called a tesseract. It appears to be moving. Try to determine the purpose of the various interface elements. The panel appears to monitor and maintain networks of machines, though the purpose of those networks is a mystery. Still, you can guess what the symbols mean. The sun probably activates a single location, likely this platform, while the cluster of stars attempts to connect the entire network. The triangle of eyes is to inspect something, maybe the status of the network. The crystal lattice you think indicates repairs. It would probably light up if it was needed. Inspect the current network by pressing the eyes. The map changes colors. Each of the bright points lights up in turn, occasionally stretching a faded line from one point to another. After a minute of this, the map fades. A voice speaks the truth directly into your mind. Temporal network connections limited. Please repair the network. The crystal lattice next to the map lights up. Repair the network by pressing the crystal lattice. Again, the map lights up and changes colors. The lines between each point grow and fade. Some of them grow solid and then disappear. Others have gaps in them and never light up at all. After several minutes, the activity ceases and the voice speaks to you again. Could not restore network. Temporal connections have deteriorated beyond repair. Please consult your system conservator immediately. You can't raise the shield again like in your memory, but the network once had another purpose. You remember. In the memory, you used the tesseract to shift the controls from time to space. Perhaps if you shifted it back. Toggle the controls between space and time using the Tesseract. As soon as you touch it, the impossible cubes shift and move with your fingers. It seems to snap into two different states. With unfamiliar gestures, you rotate the Tesseract. The inner cube squeezes out and becomes the outer cube, while the outer cube becomes the inner one. Some of the locations lit up on the map change. Among other locations, two new lights appear in Caravanserai, one marking the platform where you're standing. The outer cube moves in space, no longer flickering as it was. Presumably the controls are now set to the spatial dimension. The crystal lattice next to the map dims again. Connect the current network by pressing the cluster of stars. Well, let's inspect it again. The map changes color. Each of the bright points in turn lights up, occasionally stretching a faded line point from one point to another. After a minute of this, the map fades. A voice speaks the truth directly into your mind. Spatial network connections limited. Please repair the network. Repair the network by pressing the crystal lattice. Again, the map lights up and changes color. Lines appear between each point. Some are faded while others have gaps in them. One by one, each line becomes brighter and better connected to the rest. After several minutes, the map shows a network of points. The control panel ceases its activity, and the voice speaks to you again. Spatial network restored. Connection procedure may now proceed. Connect the current network by pressing the cluster of stars. The map lights up again, and the voice speaks into your mind. Spatial translation network connected. State your destination. You don't recognize the location of all the points, so you don't know what name the machine expects, but you do know some of them. Holm Village. Destination not recognized. Please state again. Meal Avest. Destination not recognized. Please state again. The Reef of Fallen Worlds. Destination not recognized. Please state again. Underbelly. Destination not recognized. Please state again. Yeah, this is useless to us really, because we've already been everywhere. Government Square. The entire platform hums to life. The air sparks and crackles around you, and then with a pop, you are somewhere else.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Yep.
Let's go all. You and me.
As you wish.
Of course.
We need to go up and abandon Eratis again. Let's give up
All
Matkino.
right,
This
out with it.
Palestige needs some XP.
Nothing can stop me now. I'll remember that.
Him, that's the thief, blah 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 blah. Eratis, you owe him a debt. There we go. Improved skill. On Rin. Perception, stealth, running. Extra effort, increased stat pools. I think we'll keep these two even on her. Press the button with the dagger on it. Matkina, I need your help.
I'm ready for whatever comes.
There. We need to fly to the Valley of Dead Heroes. And off we go again. Even as he stalks toward you, for a moment it appears as if the man is unaware of your presence. He stops in front of you. Rocking ever so gently, he stares right through you, murmuring under his breath. Chanting or insane rambling? You draw closer and notice the scars he bears upon his face. Then his gaze matches yours and he suddenly grows silent. He sees you now. His eyes flicker across your face and pause on your tattoo. He bears the tattoo of Inifir and the Dendra father. Good or bad? We shall have to test him. He bows his movement. He bows his movements stiff and halting. Then, with blinding speed, his hand snakes out and brushes a speck of dust from your shirt. The hand is gone before you can react. I am Klinkar, and these are my associates. You are in the Valley of Dead Heroes. His jagged smile is rimmed with blood. 2 memorialists have escaped us. You will find them. We need them. She mutters to you. These are the followers of our brother Inifir. I don't know much about them except that they believe in blood. Tread carefully. Why do you want to find them? He hisses out a long exhalation of breath. We must open the endless gate. Find the missing memorialists. But why must you open the endless gate? He smiles, beatifically, exposing his bloody gums. It is what we are called to do, and who are we to obey the call when it comes? Are you the children of the endless gate? Do you know Kiatawa from Sega's Cliffs? He looks at you suspiciously. I am not familiar with her, though one of the brethren did come to us recently from Sega's Cliffs. Perhaps Motley will know. You can inquire of him in the necropolis as soon as you find our missing friends. Very well, I'll help you find them. He is holding up his finger as if to threaten you for not complying, and then realizes what you've said. Oh, then, we would be glad of your assistance. The memorialists are somewhere nearby. We can smell them. Go find them and bring them to us. Honey. You pull the planks back. A crawl space extends behind them, with 2 small alcoves recessing the walls. They are remnants of grave markers and memorials from ancient times. One seems shallow, the other has been blocked by rubble falling from above. Both of them appear to have been built to hold bodies, but neither are occupied. You can see a disturbance in the dust of the crawl space. Someone came by this way, at least. Perhaps they're still here. Search more thoroughly to see if anyone's still there. You peer deep into the gloom. The dust has been more than disturbed. You see footprints. After a few minutes, your diligence is rewarded. There is a third alcove at the back of the crawl space, hidden behind a great stone slab. The slab is held up by a stone the size of a human head, creating a small gap hardly half a meter high. You crouch down and peer through the gap. 2 people are hiding in the space behind it. One of them, a bearded man with a kind expression, whispers to you. Hold, friend. If friend you be, my name is Beltrax. This is Ronos Kaisul. Those damned cultists gave chase to us. Ronos knew of this small sepulchre in which we have hidden, but we have nowhere left to run. They will murder us if you reveal our position. Friend or foe? Either way, Ronos shall not sacrifice himself for me. Please, says Ronos. Beltrax is but a visitor to this place. He has no part in our struggle with the children. Tell them that we have fled and that you couldn't find us. Remove the stone and trap them in the sepulchre forever. Come out, I'm going to take you to Klinkar. Please, murmurs Beltrax, I beg you, do not turn us over to them. They'll murder us and paint the walls with our blood. Come out and we'll figure out what to do then. Alright, but do not do their bidding, friend, please. Beltrax wriggles out from under the heavy stone and pulls Ronos free. They begin to make their slow, reluctant way towards the waiting cultists. As you approach, Klinkar smiles. Ah yes, our lost little friends have returned to us. Thank you so much. Now we will free the light in their prisons, and let their blood drain. Step aside and allow their spirits to fly. Yes, kill them. Kill them? No, I won't let you do this. A pity. Blood must be spilled. It makes no difference to me if it's yours. They draw their weapons and prepare to attack. He teleported somebody away.
I feel like I can take on the world.
Of everybody? Who do we shoot? Klinkar. Yeah. God damn. Did like 40 damage total.
That's the stuff.
Ouch! Alright, now stand still, good. So that means we can nuke all of you. One teleport.
This should be spectacular.
Klinkar dead?
If there were any doubt of my skill.
Eight cultists dead?
All right, Ren, you can do this.
8 cultists 2 dead.
You all right? What have I done?
That was some fight! His beaded face is full of concern. Are you hurt? He carries a variety of well-worn weapons on his person, and a bandolier of small images and trinkets across his body. He claps a hand to his chest. I am Beltrax. He frowns. Those cultists were just a taste of what we had to put up with over the last little while. These carkers, children of the Endless Gate, are running through here slaughtering everyone. The memorialists have gone into hiding. One of them took it upon herself to stop the cultists from entering the necropolis, but... Well, look, I'm asking if you'll take on the job of running the draft out of the valley. Seems like the history of this place is going to vanish if someone doesn't do something about it. I wish I could help, but a contract is a contract, and there's no getting out of it. I do it myself, but I need to look out for Ronos. Where did that dust send him? I'll do it. He claps a hand to your shoulder. Thank you, friend. You're going to help a lot of people in the now, and they'll thank you for it in the future. Like as not, you'll find yourself immortalized here yourself one day. He laughs a little as if embarrassed. Maybe you already are. Where did your companion go? I teleported him to safety. Not sure where though, he frowns. It can't be far. The cipher wasn't that powerful. If you find him, tell him I'm alright and that I'm looking for him. How long have the cultists been here? They came to the valley recently. Perhaps a month. Perhaps only a week or two. Maybe some of them have been here for longer than that. I don't know. The children's arrival was slow and insidious. They didn't make the ruckus they're making now. Then a few days ago they just went berserk. Started abducting and slaughtering and, well, here we are. What can you tell me about the valley? It's a vast graveyard of sorts, but you're not going to find any bodies here above ground. You'll need to get to the necropolis to find the real tombs, but to get there, you've got to use the minims, floating pools of light, and when you walk into one, you walk out its twin someplace else. The necropolis is where we need to go. The first tomb is there. To Beltrax, she says, so there are still minims leading up to the entrance. He nods. There are at least a pair or two in this area. Minims always come in pairs, see? He explains to you. I think they're alive, some sort of creatures. I am told each pair remains in the same location for years at a time, though sometimes they move or reappear someplace else. Far as I can tell, using them is perfectly safe. I haven't heard of anyone dying from the minims, though I guess I wouldn't now, would I? Tell me about yourself. This sounds embarrassing when I say it out loud, but I came here to meet up with a sorcerer to quest for a fabled magic board. He shrugs. I haven't met the sorcerer yet, but I did meet a memorialist. She told me about the work they do here. About this being the afterlife. That the names we bore in life are hidden in the valley in the names of the dead. Who she called the truly living. I have to admit that was about the most carked tripe I'd ever heard. But she said something after. Shadows fall where they will, as they will. Meaning if we're shadows of other lives, then like shadows we can't control what we are. That stuck with me. What if she's right? He plucks one of the lockets from his bandolier, pops it open and reveals a glowing image of a woman. He regards her wistfully. What if she's still alive somewhere? What if this isn't life? What if I'm just a shadow waiting to step into the light? What if she's there waiting for me? It's preposterous, I know. You look at it from the outside and it's... But think about it. This world's flat and cold and empty. He looks at the woman's image again. It feels right to believe there's another life, one that feels like living. He closes the locket. So I've been learning more. Ronos was my guide through the valley when those carkers came upon us. We crawled into a sepulchre behind those boards and, well, you know the rest. That's all for now. Farewell. This is the first time in the game that there has been actual loot. Shadow Flower. This flower has an everlasting pulsating light blue glow that becomes stronger with few lights around. Curiously, the pulsation period is approximately equal to the heart rate of a relaxed human. On occasion, and for no apparent reason, the pulse quickens, as if in fear or anger. In absolute darkness it blooms with a light beyond the visual spectrum. Another buzzer.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Another buzzer. She has a sonic blade, so it's better. So, yeah, the best thing you can do with the first turn, I think, is to stealth and then use Warp Dash in the same turn.
I admire your ruthlessness, Calistige, though not necessarily your methods.
And I feel much the same about you, dear. So, are we allies then? Friends?
It would be inconvenient if you died. Let's start from there.
Oh my god, they're warming up to each other? Can't believe it.
Of course we can help. Right, Al?
A patch of darkness hangs before you like a black spot on your retina, except it doesn't move when you move your eyes. Looking into it is like looking into an abandoned cave. No breeze or sound or shadows stir within it, and its edges are slowly disintegrating. Try to determine the nature of the darkness. Though you have never seen one before, you are pretty sure this is a living thing. The name Minim comes to your mind. Minims are usually paired with another of their kind, and it's possible to travel from one to the other through the void that connects them. This one, however, seems to be dying, and the void within it has no other exit, as if it had lost its mate. You also notice that the disintegrating edges of the darkness are blowing away, like ash or pollen. You can actually catch the flecks of darkness in your hand, but they dissolve away like black snow almost immediately. When you move closer, however, you accidentally breathe in several of the flecks. You stay very still for a few moments, listening to your body, but nothing seems to have changed in you, neither good or bad. Probably the flecks dissipated in your lungs just as quickly. Step into the darkness. The darkness surrounds you. You are whipped by it, as if by a wind. It is a swirling vortex with no way ahead and no way back. The opening you pass through has vanished into utter blackness. A hail of tiny objects batters you in the dark, thrown by the wind. Rocks or bones, or drit, you cannot tell. Then something large and sharp slams into you and you wrestle with it for a moment before realizing it's a skeleton, though not human. As you try to shrug it off, you feel an object in its hand. You pry it free and the skeleton falls past you. Then the wind lofts you towards a bright spot in the darkness and you tumble back out of the opening you entered, clutching the stolen object in your hand. Stimpack. Plus 45% on non-combat tasks. 4 uses? No. What does that mean? Is that bugged? What? Oh. Or does that mean 4 tasks that we can get the bonus on? Step away from the darkness.
Naturally.
Consider it done.
This corpulent mass is almost too large, but slowly you realize it is 3 beings somehow melded together into one. A fleshy jumble of 3 faces on a single head protruding from a shapeless mass of a tattoo. 2 of the faces track your approach, while the third mutters under its breath. When it speaks, the 3 voices blend into one, buzzing, angry harmony. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you want. Do you also seek the mask? Did you climb the leaning obelisk here in the valley, held aloft by Saint Proverbius? The third face begins cursing and ruling. Slimy Jolian, wizened, hate them, cold and red. It trails off as if dazed. When it resumes, it's looking in another direction entirely. Ill, so ill. All 3 of their thoughts assault you at once, impossible to distinguish from one another. If there's any useful information coming from their minds, it's lost in the cacophony. What are you? An astute question. We are 3, a glaive, a jack, a nano, missing but one. We require a 4th. We seek knowledge, here in the valley. We pursue the wisdom of the ancients in this fallen age. We assess, we judge, but humanity is on the decline. It is only through purity and adherence to the old ways that we achieve enlightenment. When you say you need a 4th, what do you mean? A 4th to join us, to complete us, to square our circle. Someone to sing to us, to unite us, suggest someone. If you give them my name, I'll light everything in this valley on fire. That's a promise. A conjoined sneer is their only response. I could join you. The two of the three faces seem positively delighted. The third raves and growls, and they chitter back and forth in their strange tongue. Their tone grows strident and vicious, and they snap at each other with their pointed teeth. And then as one they snarl at you. Never, never would be associated with you, filth, corruption. The first says, what of others? Name one. The second face says, need one who is similar to us, who knows songs of power. The first face replies, there are none like us, none. We are pure, pure. The third face gibbers profanity. You don't understand its words, but its meaning is clear. It hates everyone and everything but itself. How did you come to be this way? We climbed the leaning obelisk to seek the Mask of Prosper. Everyone should climb the obelisk. We entered the portal, emerged on the other side as you see us. A maze surrounded us, over which the painful shadow of a deity was cast. It was a labyrinth of straight corridors and right angles, full of traps, puzzles, and monsters. At last we emerged, and now dream of the way to return, to optimize our experience. Tell me about this mask. The Mask of Prosper, the true sight, a treasure for the knowledgeable, a useless scrap for those who will not see. We know its truths and its secrets are ours, not for the weak, not for the stupid. What can you tell me about the area? Place of ancient knowledge, a place to rest, recover, think, discuss. The memorialists have helped to locate and understand, but they are being supplanted by the new. The third face mutters, hate new. The head nods vigorously and proudly. The second face says, the new leave us alone. They fear Blob of Three. The third face adds, as should all. We are prestigious. Farewell.
I'm there, in the shadows.
A lot of dudes up there.
Here I go.
This one, I am gonna save scum, because every time I play this plays out the exact same way.
Yes. Now.
The 5-meter-long black slab of basalt, or perhaps obsidian, has been smoothed by age. A stone statue holds the slab at angle, lifting it to the sky. Or is he lowering it? It is impossible to determine whether the incline is real or if you imagine it. At the top end you can see a window into another reality, a portal wide enough to step through. On the other side is what looks like a harsh and angular world. Is game good? It's okay. That's what it is, it's okay. It just has some systems that I like. Really, that was mostly why I played it. But I do like the setting. Examine the slab. If you think Disco Elysium is a communist game, then you are retarded, I'm sorry. It seems perfectly smooth. Some loving hand has polished it to a mirror gloss. Though distortions beneath its surface change your appearance with every slight movement. As you lean in to examine it, your reflection appears unspeakably beautiful. A few centimeters closer and it becomes a shrieking horror. This close you can feel a dense psychic weight around the obelisk, as if a culture's hopes and expectations had been packed into a single solid form. The thought of meeting those expectations and ascending the incline is daunting. Examine the statue. It is a grey statue of a robed man with an ornate warhammer strapped to his back, holding the obelisk aloft, or setting it down gently. with his muscular arms. He exudes a fierce determination as if he were using every quantum of energy in raising or lowering the great slab. A sign has been added to his back, a childish scrawl that reads, "The Saint of Proverbs." It seems that the statue has slightly shifted position since you came across it. You're not quite sure, but something about its posture seems slightly different. The sculptor's cunning is such that the statue's eyes follow you wherever you go. And again you have the strangest feeling that its expression has changed slightly. You can hear something, the faint whisper of a human thought. You can't make out what it's saying, but it feels like it's coming from the statue itself. Speak to the statue. Are you raising the slab or lowering it? The statue does not answer. Perhaps it cannot answer you. See, the thing here is there's not much you can do with it, except try to climb it.
Now.
But I think if you do that, he's just gonna collapse and die. Climb the slope to the portal. The slab is nearly frictionless and you find it almost impossible to gain any sort of traction. But as you press your fingers into its surface, you can feel it melting slightly at your touch. You pull yourself slowly upward on your belly, inch by inch, your fingers beginning to bleed. You have just reached the 3-meter mark when the glistening rock begins to shake. You release your grip and slide to the ground, all your progress lost in a moment. A voice cries out in mortal terror and the menhir crashes to the ground with a thunderous roar. A great plume of dust rises in the air. Yeah, that's what always happens. When the dust settles, the portal has vanished. You can barely make out the fingers of a hand protruding from beneath the rock, holding a scrap of grey fabric that looks almost like a mask. The fingers twitch, once, twice, and are still. A trickle of dark fluid dribbles out in a thin stream. Take the mask. The Mask of Prosper. Okay, so this is the Mask of Prosper. Examine the hand. Maybe that is what you are supposed to do. There's nothing else you can do, but I don't want to do that. Unless there's nothing else to do. The man looks nice enough to seems unassuming at best. But this is the strangest feeling. It's almost as if he doesn't exist. And you try to focus on him, a sense of dread. As you try to focus on him, a sense of dread builds in you. You're not as afraid exactly, but you know you aren't safe. You'll want my name. It's been long since I spoke it. Let's see. How about you call me Fens? No, that's terrible. Hang on. He starts muttering. Finks? Phoenix? Phoenix? Yes, that's it. Phoenix. Call me Phoenix. He steps forward and puts a hand on your shoulder. You have come here. Perhaps you obey the call of the tombs and give me what I need. I tell you, I need answers. Someone gave me a note. It said to come here and I would find my answers. I would find the truth, but I can't understand this note. His eyes burn, literally, through his face, though his face seems untouched. What use is this power if I cannot understand? What is the purpose of my power if I cannot see? Ask me, I do not know. Does he know? Of course not, but perhaps his question can lead us both to knowledge. Can I see the note? I might be able to shed some light on it. He slows. Ask me of wisdom, and I may grant it to you.
I'll remember that.
If you can show me that you know, then I will share my knowledge with you. So, let us talk. You will ask me your questions, and with them you will share your insights. Tell me about yourself. I have decided. My name is Phoenix. He says the name as though tasting a new wine. He holds up his hand, and for a moment you can see light fading through it. I am a seeker. Is that how one would say it? Yes, I am a seeker. It is wisdom. Wisdom I seek. He closes his eyes and starts laughing. All the things I have found. His eyes snap open. The structure of the world is not as you imagine. What you see and feel is nothing more than the varied interactions of fundamental forces that apply rules to subsequent large pieces. Those pieces become what we call matter, what we call meat, what we call reality. He reaches out to touch your shoulder, and his hand passes through you and you feel nothing. He reaches out again, and this time his touch is cold. It is fire, it is acid and starshine, but you are undamaged. Enlightenment comes from within, he whispers, and he begins to cackle. Or does it come from without? Can't it come from both within and without? It can, his eyes gleam. Find answers within, let another show you the path. Both lead to surprising destinations, if you let them. Why don't you remember your name? Names are a construct of consciousness, but is there some fundamental importance to them? Or to consciousness itself? If so, is life also important if it has no consciousness? How would it know? Isn't consciousness necessary to assign importance to other values? He bows his head. A fair counter. From what I have seen, life continues in many places in many worlds, and consciousness has mediated itself out of existence in some species. I cannot say if it is important. He smiles. I cannot say. Perhaps we might. Are you from this world? He pauses, frowning. It is familiar to me. The lines, the curves, the structures, but it is like a poor sketch of the world I remember. I see its textures, its strokes, and I see the medium on which it is drawn, but I can lift the sketch and see the truth beneath it. I do not know my origins. Hello, Light. What are you doing here? I seek. I was given a note, a strange note, a note that told me to come here, and that I would find the answers I need. Finished game? Yeah? Did you get the proper ending? You got the gun and you got the bug and everything? For me, this time was the first time I got the gun. Because I never helped Evrart with that. And it really pissed me off that you had to, and that was the only way to get it. Pretty much. Yeah. I checked. Yeah, you didn't want to. Yeah. I think that's fair. Because a lot of the roles and everything is really bullshit. Like it's like the game is meant to be save scummed almost. Which is kind of weird. I seek. I was given a note. A strange note. A note that told me to come here and that I would find the answers I need. Something about him pulses, an almost subsonic beat, and you stagger slightly. Anger creases his brow. Yeah, I like the writing in it. I like the characters, I like the world building, and I think the story isn't bad either. But pretty much everything about it that is gamified is questionable. Yeah, exactly. And that always has a chance to fail. And I also like those rolls that you can roll, but you can't get a double 6. So you can't succeed on it, even if you succeed. So it's just a bait. They're literally just tricking you. Yeah, pretty much. Like money is... It's just to pay back guard. Otherwise it's just if you want to buy like clothes and shit, and that doesn't really serve a purpose. Or read the books. But there aren't that many books. Yeah, you don't need to. But there is some part, like some parts of it actually relate to stuff that or it like relates to Henry's past. No, is that what it's called? Harry, that's his name. You actually, yeah, no, you get free housing on day 3, right? Yeah. As soon as the bridge goes down. But there are, I think there are quite a lot of hidden things for Henry's backstory. Harry, not Henry. There's one book you can buy about Dolores Day, and if you read that, I think there's a bunch of stuff you can. I think you get some backstory there, kind of. I feel like there was like a whole backstory cutscene that I missed this time. Felt weird, but you can really dig into his past a lot, I think. But it's kind of random where you find it. Like you have to go to the payphone next to the that electronics building or whatever in the middle of the night and just dial random numbers like 7 times. Yeah. If you call enough times, eventually he dials his ex-girlfriend or his ex-wife rather, in the middle of the night. And I think you can get some stuff from there, like backstory and stuff. Yeah, they were never married, right? So ex-GF. I guess, but they were in Jamrock. I don't know if things are different there. Though Martinez is the town you're in, right? And Revachol is the area. I always mix those up. I hold it and I study it, I read it, yet I do not understand it. He points a finger that cycles through the colors of a rainbow. So how do I learn it? How can I answer that without looking at the note? He nods his head. A good answer. A knowledge seeker's answer. But you do not learn by assertion. I can study it more, or perhaps you can help. Can I see the note that brought you here? You have the mind of a seeker, not merely an explorer. Yes, you may take the note. He passes you a piece of engraved synth. Return if you're able to find my answer. Farewell. They didn't want to spoil the pail? Yeah. This ragged synth square is engraved with scrawls and symbols, presumably some kind of writing, but it is mostly unfamiliar to you. Phoenix says the note told him to come to the Valley of Dead Heroes, and that he would find answers he needs. He gave it to you because he found no answers, but he has not so far. He hopes you will find them in his place, although the engraved symbols are mostly incomprehensible. 4 numbers are written in the truth. 1 on each line of the text. 1, 5, 3, and 5. Okay.
I'm going.
Bubbles rise from the pool before you, and its barren edges are crusted with a white rime. The acrid reek of the water makes your eyes tear up. The rime and reek around the pool suggest that the water has a dangerously high alkaline content. It would be dangerous to drink or even to touch. Examine the pool. Despite the bubbles and deep color, the water is crystal clear and you can see down into the depths of the pool. There is a brassy metallic globe down there caked with rime but otherwise whole. Unfortunately, it is too far down to reach without diving in. Dive into the pool and try to retrieve the object. 80%? 95%? Am I gonna send the child down in there? Wow, this is difficult. You can do it. You dive into the water and your eyes instantly start burning. Your body is aflame, but you kick down, determined, and scrabble for the globe. As soon as it is safe in your hands, you kick for the surface. You are screaming in pain as you climb from the pool. After agonizing minutes, you're able to pull yourself together enough to examine the globe. When you do, you discover it holds a treasure trove. Gained Pellucid Wrap. We gain Cipher Sickness. Gained Savant's Slipknot. An artifact that gives Intellect Pool and extra damage on esoteric attacks. And a cipher that increases the stat pool with the highest max value by 1. Oh, that sounds pretty OP. But yeah, I do think they have a good setup for making another game. But company is in shambles, so good luck. Well, creator. I'm not so sure how much I buy any of that. Unless I'm wrong, the people who got outed were the commies that made everybody think it is a commie game. There's so like and I am pretty sure those were the people who got ousted. So maybe he did write 50%. But think of it this way. What if the 50% he wrote was all the political dialogue options that are literally just bad choices? Because the politics feels really tacked on. It doesn't feel like it has a real place in the dialogue of the game. Not really. It feels like it was somebody who wanted to put it there to like make it artsy. Because all of the political choices, even if I think the political writing is pretty balanced, I don't really hate it, but they're all literally bad choices. And it's not like a good way to roleplay either, because you're literally just being a piece of shit. Like you're just being that guy at work who just talks about communism every break, right? Like that's the vibe you get no matter which way you go, even if you go like a neutral, like a centrist path. So hey, yeah, maybe he did write 50% of it, but maybe it was all of that garbage. So in that case, then I don't really care. So we'll just have to see if the second game comes out eventually, because it was in development, but they did pause it to deal with all of this bullshit. And we'll just have to see
I'll go,
if
Granny.
it gets
You got
worse
anything?
or if it's just an actually good, like, detective game.
Let's
What is
let it
this?
go.
A tall wire and metal frame stands on top of a synth base. The base contains dozens of carvings in a foreign script. The frame has been cunningly devised from strange materials, and within it, colored lights curl and intersect like smoke dancing in a waving helix. The lights occasionally combine to create human figures, which dissolve in a second or two without even ever evolving into distinct features. Try to decipher the meaning of this monument. And it was bugging me. Yeah, I don't really know why they did that. It's kind of weird. I don't really know if you can really miss anything there. It's just kind of a thing. It's like a small twist at the end to make you a little bit unsure. Upon closer inspection, you believe this monument, or at least parts of it, to be a recent addition to the valley. Nearly everything around here is weathered, buried or in decay, and while the synth base meets those criteria, the carvings within it look relatively fresh. There are even a few synth shavings still resting at the base of the monument. Likewise, the wire and metal frame has been built from several different pieces and materials, all grafted into the synth base. So the script is a Ninth World language then, but not the truth. Perhaps it was carved by members of a small village or aldea in the area, far from the larger cities. The wire and metal frame was built by someone skilled with the Numenera. He or she used disparate devices to create a beautiful vortex of light. This is a memorial for someone, or perhaps several someones, built with great care. The artisan's loss weighs heavily as you look upon this piece. Perhaps that is its purpose. You reflect for a moment on the sorrow the artisan of this memorial must have felt, carving each word by hand, shaping their faces in light. Then it's time to move on. The greatest weakness in this game is that it's like an... There is like a certain level of world building that is good. And especially when you are like... I don't know if there has been another Numenera video game. So let's say that this is the first Numenera video game that was made. And if it is, then hey, they were like, oh, maybe people aren't really very familiar with the Numenera world. So let's make some world building, some side quests that just kind of explain the world a bit and introduce you to this and that concept, etc. But then they kind of just kept going. And they just kept going and 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 going. And they made like 10 times too many side quests that are completely irrelevant. So the game just feels like a museum. It feels like a Numenera museum of just things that you click and read about. And then you click and you read about, and you click and you read about. And there are just side quests that are just talking about like mutants and showing off this and that faction and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And it's just eternal. And it makes it... You get really tired of it because there is a lot of reading. There's a lot of reading. And way too much of it is fluff and like just world building.
I should really get moving before someone tries to kill me.
It needs to be like 10 times more focused, really. That is the biggest issue with this game. I don't really mind the story otherwise, I think, but most of it isn't the story. This symbol is painted everywhere, so much so that the air is thick with the coppery scent of blood, both dry and fresh. And that's also
All right.
a big issue with Planescape too, but Well, yeah, it is. Because there it's like you can talk to some random strumpet on in town, and you can ask her like one thing, and it's like, so, what do we have in like in this area? And that's all, and it takes like 10 minutes to read.
Learning begets doing.
And you have to talk to everybody randomly to like progress in that game. It's even worse than this one. Distracted, disturbed. This cultist mutters a reply to a question you did not hear. He barks a laugh to a quip that was not told. Indeed, he seems only loosely aware of someone else's presence. He brings the cleaver down just inches from the other's hand. Perfect, beautiful, free in every world. Will you watch what you're doing? You nearly severed my arm instead of his. The air around him becomes hazy as he smiles. Sorry? Didn't catch that. Too much going on. The two cultists break out of their conversation as they notice you. The man, big, raw-boned, and unsettlingly focused, backs away from the corpse they've been hacking up and raising his butcher knife, as if he's warding off evil. He points past you towards Calistige. Keep that crazy redhead away from me. We don't want anything to do with her. Oh, skist. I was hoping this reality would be the one I survived. That's right, Husk, says Calistige, laughing. I am your doom here, there in every reality you can see. Don't you forget it. You and Calistige have met before. What did she do to you? He sneers. Fought you all 3 times so far walking through here, and twice that redhead did for me. Did what? But I still put my knife in your neck in every stream, so think twice before starting something. What do you mean, in every reality? Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. She's like me. She can see into different realities. She shakes her head in contempt. I'm like you, little man? Please. Someday you might crawl from the mud and look up at the stars. And when you do, you'll see me laughing down. I don't particularly like your tone or your actions. I don't think you're walking away from here. I'll make you eat those words, says the big man. And then we'll eat you, says the woman. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, ouch.
Question. I do not end like this.
Alright, let's buff us with protection spells.
Go.
Walk down there. Rin, heal Calistige.
Excellent. Thank you.
Calistige, what do you want to do? What does this do? It reduces armor. I don't know if it's worth doing, but let's try it.
You are no match for me.
And then here we sneak. And then we use the teleport. And hopefully they become blinded now.
A little surprise for you.
I think they're blinded now. I can't really tell.
I can't.
Ouch! Oh shit, I'm almost dead. Yeah, that should kill her if it hits.
You hit me, I'll hit you. Ah, much better.
All right, Ren, you can do this.
Bonk.
Something I've learned.
Now, I can do this, but I feel like it's just gonna miss, really. 50% chance to hit. Well, it's free, so might as well. She missed. But he is blinded, so... Ooh, miss.
Should've run. Just what I needed. Go.
Great axe. M's sphere.
Of course.
Another dagger. First discovered by a sage traveling through the Black Riage centuries ago. This item was presumably named after that explorer, though the full name is long lost and only the initial remains. A number of these spheres have since been discovered in different places, usually in caches of similar items. The small jet-black sphere, made of unknown material, hovers above one's head. Some reports say that it sometimes randomly changes shape. Its surface has no opening, not even a single scratch or mark. One can feel a slight vibration from the sphere while it hovers, though some hear a humming that is not entirely pleasant, as if its darkness draws the light from the world. The item is rumored to have a beneficial effect on the user, but this may just be wishful thinking. When put away, the sphere stops all activity, as if it can feel the vicinity of living tissue. Yeah, same. +2 damage on esoteric skill. -3 resistance. What's that I was looking at? This one. That's really bad, but you know what? Let's just go with that. If she dies, she dies. Whatever. I don't really understand what to do with that, other than just poking it. So all the indie games there having some sort of hope at the time. Yeah, I was browsing Steam earlier and I did not find very many new things. Did find some things though. Where do we want to go? That leads there. I think the entrance is there. We want to go there. So we want to go... there.
She knows the way.
A sliver of darkness hangs before you, like the entrance of a cave, except there is no cave. Only a tear in space. Within the darkness you see the glow of stars, and a cool night breeze wafts past you, carrying the scent of desert flowers and the echoes of sound you're not hearing around you. If you step through the darkness, you might go anywhere, or maybe nowhere. It could be nothing but a shadow. Examine the darkness more closely. The cool air that sighs through it seems to follow you. The shadow does not change, no matter your perspective. You have the discomforting feeling that your attention on it has drawn its attention to you, that it is somehow examining, analyzing, and assessing you. Walk into the darkness. You step into the darkness and it envelops you, then dissolves you into twinkling motes, drifting in a sphere of light. The light carries you through a black void, weightless, bodiless, selfless, toward another patch of starry sky. Then suddenly you are somewhere else. You recognize this woman from the description that Omadon gave you in Segu's Cliffs. This is Persea, Omadon's lost love. She certainly doesn't appear as confused as Omadon made her sound. Instead, she is studying the necropolis with a frustrated expression. What are you doing here? Trying to get into the necropolis, she says. Those damnable cultists won't let anyone near, though. She catches your eye. Never mind, none of this is your concern. Oh, you cunt! Mutters. Okay, now I can't talk with her anymore. When did I save? 3 minutes ago.
In an instant.
Ready.
I really like the setting though, and I like the character that you play, your backstory, and I like the premise of the story as well. It's just that it's cluttered with side shit. That is the issue. I don't know about the conclusion. I don't even remember it, to be honest. Hey, can you be a little more thankful, you bitch? Persea, isn't it? A man named Omadon was looking for you. I convinced him to give it up. You what? She says, swirling around. Her eyes are wide, pale circles. And you're certain he hasn't followed you anyway? She studies your face and relaxes. Thank you. You have no idea how much you've helped me. The idiot was so convinced I needed help. Is it so hard to just believe someone's words? She turns back to the necropolis. Damnable cultists, she mutters. I need to get back inside, but I can't risk. She catches your eye. Never mind. None of this is your concern. You've done more than enough. Keep thinking about the awful party members? Yeah. 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 And the buffs. The buffs. You know, I want to say that I don't mind the characters that much, but when I actually like go back and think about it, it's like, yeah, they're pretty much all pretty bad. But they're like acceptable, but they are borderline. And it's like if you have Octavia on her own, she's like, I don't mind her, she's fine. But if you have her and Ragongar, they're basically like, it's like being inside of a swinger, inside of a swinger's apartment, and they keep talking about like blasting you in the ass. And yeah, it is. But like Octavia on her own is fine. The depressed dwarf is okay, but he's really tedious. He has like no redeeming features when it comes to his personality, unless you can get to the point where you think he's funny, kind of. Which I kind of do, but... And then there's the gnome, the black-haired gnome, who is the most insufferable piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, he's like the worst character ever. I hope he just dies. Like, it's that. If I see him, I kill him in the game. Like, it's that bad.
Don't mind
What's her
me.
face?
I have my sister's
Barbarian girl.
occupied.
She's below average for sure. She's just annoying, mostly. Amiri, that's her name. Black Ranger boy. I never really used him. The Goblin is cool. But is he a good character? I'm not sure. But he's pretty cool. Knock knock. Yeah. He's I think he's kind of hard to fit into parties though. But yeah, Valerie is okay. She's kind of boring though, overall. There's the undead girl. I think she's like okay when you're playing an evil character, but otherwise she doesn't fit in any party. The tieflings are okay, but they're also kind of... The evil tiefling is annoying. I didn't take her, she killed the village. Yeah, like I said, if you're an evil character.
Must we dawdle and delay?
What other characters are there even anymore? I think there might be. I mean, the gnome. She doesn't count. So I was evil. Oh yeah, fair enough. But yeah. It's a shame. But not as much a shame as the second game. That they put no effort into. And they made it worse. And they have even worse party members. Somehow. By magnitudes, like they're absolutely horrendous. Every single one. No, it's terrible. A large upside-down pyramid floats before you, lit from below by a soft white light. It is made of weathered stone, but you can see lights and hear a faint buzzing through the cracks in its crumbling facade. You study it from every side. There is no inscription to explain why it was erected or by whom, nor is there any obvious way to interact with it. You also notice that the light from inside the cracks seems to follow your hand as you slide it across, so perhaps it is reacting to you after all. Try to figure out how the pyramid works. I have a collection called Unbuy for the purpose. Alright. You slide your hands across the pyramid, following not the cracks but the symbols and etchings on its surface. After a great deal of experimentation and not a small amount of luck, you discover a specific pattern which causes the light to grow in intensity. And as it does so, a soft warmth envelops you, refreshing your body and mind as you feel better. However, the pyramid seems to grow more dim. Took 2 might damage, restored intellect pool and speed pool. You stop, not wanting to waste the pyramid's obvious healing powers just yet. It should be saved for a time when you really need it. Okay. I think I might play Wasteland after. Either Wasteland or Shadowrun, but I'm not sure. We'll see. I might change my mind after I finish this. This androgynous woman projects an air of fearsome will. Her muscles are thin and wiry, and her body screams of sharp edges. She seems like a human stiletto. Her head is shaved and she bears the tattoo of a cast-off on her scalp. Never seen you before, she says. I am Berisale Bruna. She starts scanning the cliffside. How long you been awake since he moved out? Of your body, I mean. He's got that innocent idiot look. Changing gods already left him. He's not joining Paj. He's not joining Paj, Baricel. Not if I have anything to do with it. Not particularly interested in recruiting anyone, Markina. Not my mission. She faces Markina. You still mad about Koln? Still carrying that grudge? She looks at you and jerks her thumb at Markina. All the people she fought so hard to save, they're all dead. Natural causes, she shrugs. But you don't carry a grudge for natural causes. I'm starting to remember why I left Milavast. Starting to remember why we encouraged you to leave, she turns back to you. Anyway, was on my way to Milavast with a message for Paj Reckon, but the portals are blocked. The cowards heard someone say the Sorrow's hunting again, so they locked the doors behind themselves. Paj will get her message later. I need to return to the endless battle. Yeah, I was thinking of... If I do Wasteland, I'll probably start from 1 and play 1, 2, 3. But the remaster, I'm not gonna bother with the original. And same with Shadowrun. But last time I played CRPGs, I was also going to go on a spree, but I ended up kind of just giving up after I finished Deadfire, because that game made me too sad. Anyway, was on my way to Milavast with a message for Paj Reckon, but the portals are blocked. The cowards heard someone say the Sorrow's hunting again, so they locked the doors up. Right, she's going to the endless battle. Tell me about Paj Reckon. She flashes a quick look of surprise. Oh, right, you're new. Paj is commander of the 1st Militia. Took up the mantle, keeping our cursed sire's forces contained. Smart woman, though. Why would you fight the changing god? She sighs. He's going to kill us all if he gets the chance. He wants to erase us. Thinks that's the way to stop the Sorrow. We're not his children to him, more like broken clones, byproducts. He'd never sacrifice himself, but that's because he's the only real person in this world. I thought the first was dead. She is. Paj kept the name in the first's honor. She doesn't care for the glory. Besides, our creator's carked. Fighting him's the best bet. Using the first's name reminds everyone why we fight. What's the message you have for her? Maybe I could deliver it. Endless battle intelligence. Not for you. Let's talk about something else. Fine, but make it quick, will you? I need to get out of here. Tell me about the endless battle. If it's really endless, why keep fighting? She shrugs. Makes us stronger, faster, deadlier. More of what we are. Strips away the dross of life and makes experience shine. Peaceful life is dull and worthless, like watching life go past through a veil. War clarifies life, makes us better. Endless is a good thing if you keep that in mind. What can you tell me about Milavast? She stares at you flatly for a moment. You feel a tickling at the back of your mind as she shrugs. A faint frown creases her mouth. You'll love it. Group of angry misfits looking to be the loudest voice in the room. See for yourself if you can get in. They've locked themselves away, think they're going to find answers while they're tucked away from the world. She shrugs. Place has its uses, true, but it's mostly a bolt hole from the world. Death comes for us all. Milavast is just a place to prolong the waiting. What's cowardly about keeping the Sorrow out of Milavast? Hasn't found them there for hundreds of years, but now they say it's time to close the doors, like it's going to traipse in. Been telling them that if the Sorrow tries hard enough, it'll get in. Can't stop that kind of power. On that, we agree. Milavast is a false hope. She nods at your sister. Always were smart about that. Pity you're not so reasonable on the rest. How are you going to get back to the endless battle? She points. I was looking at the pass to Qualm village, but it collapsed. Doesn't seem to be any way over the mountains either. No matter. I'll find a different way. She glances at you sidelong and sneers. Sooner rather than later, I think. I'll be seeing you. No, you won't. I am done looking for a way to over these twice-damned mountains. Gonna find a different way out of the valley. Been real good talking with you, though. The tone in her voice makes you question the veracity of that statement. Farewell. With that, she strides off.
On it.
There are 4 people here. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Oh. There's Ronos. You survived. You must be very strong. Tell me, is Belthrax, my friend, is he... Belthrax survived. He is looking for you. Oh, that is good news. Excellent news. I shall return to him immediately. He shakes his head. The children of the Endless Gate are slaughtering everyone, bringing horror to every corner of this ancient place. If someone doesn't stop them, I fear the valley will soon be home only to the dead. Tell me about the Valley of Dead Heroes. It's been a burial ground for the world for at least millions of years. Yet, and he holds up a finger like a lecturer, yet we have uncovered no bodies in the valley itself. Oh no, despite all the memorials, obelisks and urns above the ground, we have not been able to find evidence of a single body. Markers exist beyond counting. Some are in scripts we cannot understand. Some are in materials we have never seen. But the bodies themselves lie in a great space beneath the ground. Above the ground there is no sign of life, none at all except what we bring with us. Tell me about yourself. My true name is Ronos Kaisul of the Memorialists. I came here from Sega's Cliffs to inter my beloved wife. That was over a decade ago. I remained because I felt a close connection to the place, somehow. When I discovered the name of my true self, I knew. This world is the afterlife, and the graves here are our own. Now I study the world of the living, hoping we bring others to the enlightenment I reached. Tell me about the Memorialists. We're ordinary people, really. People who understand the truth that this world is really the afterlife, and that the tombs here are our graves. We maintain the valley so that no name is forgotten, so that everyone can come here and remember their true selves. Once all the tombs have been claimed, we shall see a glorious resurgence of humanity. Likewise, if we allow the names to be forgotten, devastation will sweep across the land. Make sense? If you have further need of me, you will find me with Belthrax at the valley's entrance. Farewell, friend. Bye-bye. The man looks up at you momentarily before looking away to the distance at nothing in particular. He takes a drag on his smoke. His presence strikes you as odd, as if something about him were trying to inspire dread in you. What is your name? Denneman Russ. He flickers a gaze at you, then stares off into the distance again. What are you doing here? Trying to get home. You see that woman? That's Thalana. You got questions? He points. Yeah. What can you tell me about the valley? Nothing. Just dust and memories. Farewell. Let's talk to Luca first. The man is busy reading a strange device, an elegant square of some kind of metal. Odd letters and images flash by on a reflective screen embedded in the square. When you draw near, you notice that the device is plugged into his arm with a long silver wire, and one of the man's eyes is mechanical. Greetings! His voice is kind, though it buzzes like a rattling sheet of synth steel. I am Luca Merigali. He gestures with his book. Sometimes I read in the older tongue. I uncover great knowledge this way. For instance, his metal eye stutters and clicks, and a tinny voice emerges from the pad. The formal education of the young begins in utero, with nervous system uptake inhibitors and microwave transmissions to the developing fetal brain. He clicks it off. You see? I do not know the species to which this refers, but I begin to know of them. At any rate, what can I do for you? I would very much like to examine you with your permission. Perhaps we can speak of what you have learned. I would enjoy the opportunity to share my knowledge with someone who can understand my words. Perhaps we can begin to speak of what I have just read. Of a certainty, she murmurs, stepping close to examine the man. They speak in low voices to each other as she runs her hands across his prostheses. His prostheses. At last she smiles, thanks him for his time, and backs away. Fascinating, she says. His realities have been smashed together, and it's not merely his mechanical brain that makes him distant and emotionless. It is the juxtaposition of multiple words. His singular humanity is broken. Speak to him yourself and judge his effect to yourself. His prostate? Yep. What was your name again? Did I not introduce myself? He closes his eyes. I did. I said greetings. I am Luca Merigali. Perhaps your memory storage has been corrupted. He seems concerned. Tell me about yourself. He nods. I have spoken my name already. The knowledge of my character is thus more important. I was a soldier. I travel with my friends. I and my friends travel to our home, or at least this is our plan. He leans close. I admit to concern for my friends. They seem trapped in the past, paralyzed. They are not as they were when we set out. He gestures to the mechanical extrusions on his own body. Nor, to be fair, am I. What do you mean when you say your friends are different? They were full of hope once. We and a dozen others set out from our home, an aldea west of Sagus Cliffs, to find fortune in the endless battle. We joined a recruiter in Sagus Cliffs and enlisted with the army of the changing god. We thought we were prepared. We were not. We were in trenches. We fought with bolt throwers, energy weapons, and detonations. The first day we saw half our friends obliterated by a rogue particle wave that emanated from our side of the battlefield. And then we woke up again in a new reality, our memories of the old world intact, but our bodies whole, except for Timpo, who was half dissolved in this new reality. So it went, incremental gains as a whole, which, with certain consequences carrying into new lives. Sometimes they would undo all our day's heroism for an unseen advantage. Other times we'd lose a friend forever. One day I was caught half out of a trench. The air exploded above us and I burned. The new reality did not restore me. I spent some weeks under the care of chirurgeons. When I awoke, I was as you saw me, and our other friends had been killed. Thalana and Deneman reacted very differently to me. They say I too have changed. I don't know. I know that I no longer fear. I do not remember much of emotion. I recall the fear and horror, but I do not recall its taste. And when I spoke to them, they agreed that it was time for us to leave before we became these forgotten names, lost in the flux of worlds. Timpo, Zad, Brasieth, so many names, all gone. What can you tell me about the valley? It is a dry place. I tasted the water that bubbled up nearby. It was alkaline and induced strange visions. My new metabolism protected me from the worst of it. Had my friends tasted it, they might have died. He looks down at his metal pad. We have found no bodies, nor anything of value. All is quiet, but this is a waypoint, not a destination. Farewell. Alright, last one. You see a slender woman covered in worn brown robes leaning over the fire. The cowl pulled low over her head. Her skin is a dark bronze color. Here to interrogate me? She pulls back her cowl enough for you to see that her long hair is more silver than brown, and the years of life on the road are apparent in her face. She looks weary and exhausted except for her eyes, which burn like golden fire. I'm Thalana Marquareth. What do you... Her eyes alight on your tattoo and she hisses. Skist, you bastards are all over the place here, eh? Look, I can't tell you anything, alright? We're done with fighting. Let him drag us back. We'll take off again. We're not going back to that hell. What are you talking about? She looks confused for a moment. You're a cast-off, so either you're here to drag us back or kill us. She turns to her side and pauses, as if listening to words that you cannot hear. Then she responds, No, I suppose you're right. Still, he's a cast-off. Who are you talking to? My men. Zad reminded me not all cast-offs are endless battle, but Timpo wants me to be careful of you. She holds up a finger. People have said they're not here. not there because they can't see them. But they can see you, so let's not have that conversation. She settles back. So, are you here to kill us? Tell on us? They say that of most of my crew. Not Deneman or Luca, though. I have no part in the endless battle, but answer some questions for me. She breathes out a low whistle. Alright, good, sure, we'll answer anything we can. I only see Deneman and Luca here. Where are Timpo and Zad? She closes her eyes and pinches the bridge of her nose. If you can't see them, it's no fault of mine. Frankly, they're lucky they don't have to talk to you. She whispers to you. This poor woman sees nothing. None but her exist in these other realities. She is suffering from shock and guilt. Looks like you've been resting here for a while. Is it safe? She chews the question over a while and then shrugs. It's safe for us. She says sourly. For you? She eyes her companions and they give a slight nod. We can make it safe for you. It'll cost, though, 100 shins. Nah. Alright.
In an instant.
I'm just gonna use this thing.
Thank you.
Fully healed.
All right.
What's this?
Let's go. Go.
Is there really nothing else you could do with this one? It's like a no. It's a big cat. Let's go talk to the big cat statue. Rising before you is a tall and tapering obelisk crowned with the carved stone head of some elegant sharp-eared animal with 6 eyes. Wrapping around the obelisk are bands of engraved hieroglyphs. Examine the stone head. The carved head mounted on top of the obelisk stares out into the distance, its eyes empty and mournful. Examine the hieroglyphs. Except for 4 stylized depictions of the same sharp-eared animal that tops the obelisk, the pictographs make no sense to you. Examine the base of the obelisk. The base of the obelisk is smooth, untouched by any weathering or other troubles that seem to have eroded much of the other ruins in this place. It sits in a pool of acrid liquid. The liquid smells foul and caustic, but the obelisk appears undamaged. It's unclear how much more of the obelisk lies beneath the pool. The statue's head seems to move until its eyes stare directly into yours. They are still mournful, but no longer empty. A faint beckoning glimmer shines within. You turn to your companions, but they don't seem to notice that anything strange has happened. Look into the statue's eyes. A wave of dizziness overcomes you as you gaze into the statue's eyes. You are no longer facing the obelisk. Indeed, you are no longer human. The tail of the dead lock in your mouth drags along the ground as you creep through the dense foliage to the temple. You peek out through the Gandu fronds and see the old monk, Nimu, shucking howpods on the weathered steps. You pad out to greet him, and he grins toothlessly at the sight of you. There she is, he says, chuckling. There's my brave hunter, and with a gift, how thoughtful. You drop the lock at his feet and arch your back as he strokes your fur and adjusts your collar. But your work isn't done, sweet girl. There's locks aplenty in the grain room. Bring me a dozen more before I finish these hows, and I'll give you your favorite nibble. A dozen locks is nothing to a hunter of your skill. You pad off to the granary, ready for battle. The obelisk reappears, and you realize your joy was remembered only. Look into the statue's eyes to see what else it has to show you. Another wave of dizziness overcomes you as you succumb to the statue's memories. You watch from the undergrowth, terrified as the followers of the bird god pull down the stone statues of the Great One and chase the monks from the burning temple. "Heathen," cries their leader, "worshippers of false gods, kill them all!" A birdman sees you. He shrieks, "A sea turtle! We must kill it!" The monks hide their souls in the little beasts. "If we don't wipe them all out, the monks will return, as strong as ever." You turn and bound into the jungle as a mob of angry men crash in after you, and the obelisk fills your vision again. A sea turtle, so that's what this creature is called. Look into the statue's eyes to see what else it has to show you. You watch from a low branch as grave robbers tear up the stones of the ruined temple's nave, looking for the old catacombs. Their leader sits on the stone head of a fallen statue, patting it and stroking its pointed ears. He laughs. This is what the old monks worshipped before the Jarudi wiped them out. The prince of the sea turtle. They say his big ears hear all the secrets ever whispered within earshot of any of those six-eyed pests. You hiss at the insult. He looks up. Hoy, there's one now. Hasn't been a monk alive around here to tame a sea turtle in 100 years. He chirps at you. "Come here, little one. Let me see that jeweled collar of yours, won't you? Looks like lovely workmanship." You give him a disdainful look and climb further up the trees as the obelisk returns. Look into the statue's eyes to see what else it has to show. God damn it! You watch from under a gondu bush as the father and mother drop double armloads of springwood in the middle of the temple ruins, then sit and mop their brows as their 3 children begin prepping the stalks of their bark. "Plenty to build with out here, at least," says the father. "And we'll need all we can get," says the mother. "Without a perimeter fence to keep out the balls and the skull hounds, we'd be dead in a week." "What about the logs?" one of the children cries. The father laughs. "Pray to Guni, daughter. Maybe he'll send one of his servants for us. He's the prince of all sea turtle, you know." Your ears prick up. At last you are wanted. It's time to hunt. The eyes of the statue fade, though they do not go out entirely, as though it has divested itself of a responsibility. Why it did so remains a mystery. Oh, we got some XP there.
All right.
I don't feel like there's anything you can do with this.
I'm ready.
Examine the slab again. Examine the statue again. The Saint of Proverbs. Alright, whatever.
Of course.
Cannot do much more with it except climbing. Then he gets smashed again. Aye! When the dust settles, the portal has vanished. You can barely make out the fingers of a hand protruding from beneath the rock, holding a scrap of grey fabric that looks almost like a mask. The fingers twitch once, twice, and are still. A trickle of dark fluid dribbles out in a thin stream. Take the mask. As you pick up the mask, its ashen gaze fixes on you. The grey fabric feels like flesh, a slab of wet meat draped across your fingers. A whisper caresses your mind. Prosper. You feel an unconscious revulsion and then you turn away from the fallen slab. This must be the mask the repugnant blob sought. Examine the hand. It is grey, the color of stone, bleached of life. It has no other distinguishing characteristics. A face sculpted from a soft grey material gazes through and beyond you from ashen sockets. The mask affixes to your face with an almost lifelike eagerness. It is clammy, moist to the touch. Viewed through its lens, the world takes on a nightmarish aspect. Once mundane objects twist with strange new angles. Familiar faces, those of your most trusted friends and companions, contort in ways they never should. In the corners of your eyes, misshapen monstrosities lurch and stagger across impossible landscapes. The effects are subtle at first, but the longer you wear the mask, the more horrifying the visions. What enlightenment or madness awaits one with the courage to wear it for long enough? The Mask of Prosper is an unsettling relic said to have been created by a mad visionary in a forgotten age. His rumored goal was to create a lens through which one could gaze upon the 342 triangles that make up the true face of God. Perhaps his success is indicated by the sunken holes that may once have held eyes.
Remind me of me when I was young.
Were you ever as young as me?
Well, no, but my mouth was just as sharp.
You climbed obelisk, crushed Saint Proverbius, though you knew he lived. No matter. The future is built on blood and rage. You fell. What did you learn from this experience? The path was a false hope. It bobs its head, the three faces in sad agreement. We travel it regardless. We seek its glories, but expect declines in our fortunes. No justice exists, only small spots of hope. Here, you can have this mask I found. The blob reaches out with its deformed arms and accepts the mask from you. The three faces immediately start trying to control the creature's arms, so they can place the mask on one of the other faces, and they lose interest in you for the moment. Give it to me! No, to me! Wear it, Pulk Sniffer! You... False hope. Okay.
All right.
Didn't really seem to do much.
Fine.
There is a tear in space here, like the patch of darkness near the entrance to the valley. A patch of white light hangs in the air, like glare bouncing off a window. Except there is no window. Within the light you see a play of shadows, like those on a wall opposite a door when someone walks past outside. Except there is no wall. But there might be a door. There is certainly a breeze coming from inside the shimmer and echoes of sounds you're not hearing around you. If you step through, you might go anywhere, or maybe nowhere. It could be just a trick of the light. Examine the light more closely. The patch of light seems to follow you as you walk into the light. You step into the glare and it envelops you, blinding you, then dissolves you into twinkling motes, drifting in a sphere of light. The light carries you through cold darkness, weightless, bodiless, selfless, toward another patch of glare. Then suddenly you are somewhere else.
All right.
Of course.
All right.
This small alcove is about the size of a small hovel. Its sole virtue is that it is a shelter from the wind and from the sightlines of casual passers-by. The runes carved above its entrance fill your mind with a wordless message of catastrophic danger. After a moment's reflection, you recognize the nature of the runes. They are ancient warnings set here to discourage the unwary and create a psychic burden capable of communicating to nearly any life form in the world. The dust inside the alcove is undisturbed, apart from a set of footprints that circles the interior. Their owner appears to have curled up in a corner, under a ledge containing a small ebony box. The dust on that ledge has also been disturbed. Someone removed something long and thin, like a blade, from this place. In its place is a crudely carved herder's crook. Someone slept here, didn't they? They wanted to hide, but they didn't know how to hide. She puts her hand in her pocket nervously. I hope they found some place better to go. This doesn't feel like a place to stay. It feels like hunger. She hugs herself. Let's go. I don't like this place. Look inside the ebony box. There is no sign of what this ebony box once held, but you do note a carving of an eye at the bottom of the box, with a pupil made of 2 crimson concentric rings. If you squint, you can just make out a human figure at the center of the eye, holding a sword in the air. Take the herder's crook. You casually reach out to take the crook. I wonder if doing all of this reading aloud does anything to one's brain? Probably not. A white-hot bolt of energy strikes at your hand like a snake. There is no pain, but your entire arm goes momentarily numb. The energy races up through you, passing across your mind and out your other arm to merge back into the unassuming crook. You hear the echoes of voices, too soft to hear, leaving you only with the sense of what was said. Not yours. That is the message they burned into your mind with rapidly fading letters. Stay away. Leave the alcove.
Consider it done.
Aloud? Probably not. Unless I have a stroke from oxygen depletion. An old, battered-looking swordsman in dull grey armor stands here, whistling tunelessly. His hands hover near the hilt of his well-used sword. Scars wreathe his face, and what you took for a helmet reveals itself to be a dome of metal grafted to him. He smiles as you approach. "How do, stranger? I'm Tantalon." Maybe Pentiment is good? Ocab said he liked it. I was gonna play it, but I didn't for reasons. But I don't know if I can get over the art style. You know Tantalon. It's a metal, sticks to flesh. He wraps his knuckles on the dome. Chirurgeon said they had to cut a chunk of my brain out too, so I lost my name and my history. And well, I took the name of the stuff that saved me. He scratches. Anyway, I needed to remember myself. It's said that the necropolis can give anyone what they seek. Knowledge, riches, fame. If you search hard enough, and I searched, and I found. Now I'm here to help others find their answers. You look like you're searching for answers too. There are hundreds, thousands of tombs in the necropolis. Legend says, if you read them, learn from them, then you'll find the answers you seek. He gives you a warm smile. I promise it will be worth your while. You'll certainly find some answers, friend, even if they're not what you seek. One moment. You say you have searched these tombs. I have read of a certain symbol, 8 concentric rings carved into the stone, with beads within those channels and strings attached to those beads. It's some kind of stringed instrument, I believe. Have you ever seen such a thing? He taps his metal dome thoughtfully. You know, I think I may have. I may have. He stares off into the distance. Try tomb code 3543. That seems like it might be the one. If you don't find it there, keep looking. Your answers will be down there somewhere. He smirks a little, and if you find anything you want to trade, let me know. I'm looking for a specific tomb. Friend, I don't really keep track of most of the tombs, and I may have said before, my memory isn't what it used to be. But let me guarantee this. You explore these tombs, you're bound to find what you need. One review says not for the Disco Elysium audience due to the brilliant infusion of tabletop elements that game executed brilliantly, but for its writing and themes. Yeah, like this is the world I live in. I never understand what anyone is telling me. It's like whenever somebody talks about a video game, it's like they're living in a mirror dimension. I don't understand. It's like when people talk about Oblivion. People will say Oblivion was the best game, and I'm like, why? Because it had spellcrafting, and I'm like, no, it didn't. It was technically there, but it didn't have it in reality. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on in people's brains. I don't understand. Morrowind is also the best game because it has the most depth. Because you can make spells. You can make ranged fart ball, and you can make ranged fart ball with explosion, or you can make melee fart ball, or you can make melee fart ball with long duration, or you can make melee fart ball with melee explosion that kills you as well, or you can make melee fart ball with instant damage. I don't know. That's why, as a game developer, mostly nowadays, I study games almost less than I study people. Because I need to understand what makes people think what they think about games, right? And for the most part, it makes no sense ever. And that's why I always harp on about this. I feel like I always repeat myself over and over again. I've told it to Kibbs like 9 times at this point, but it's that thing where they had like a nice overlap, like they had a nice experience, and then that just kind of AoE influences their, like, how they feel about everything. The amount of people who actually care about systems is like 1 to 5% of players. Like it's so ridiculously minuscule that even among people who I think are gamers and have like played games their whole lives, like they don't actually care about systems at all. And like the people who complain about new games being shallow, they care the least about systems, because generally speaking, those people are the ones who like play Wizardry 1 or something, and they're like, hell yeah, this game is so fucking deep. Or like they want to play like Final Fantasy 1 again because that was deep or something that I just don't understand. It makes me so tired. You have no idea. It like drains all the energy from me whenever I interact with people about games and stuff. It's so tiring. Whenever people tell me what their favorite games are, and it's like, yeah, it's like Mass Effect or Dragon Age or something, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, okay. I guess. Now I'm tired. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to reading. Deus Ex. Oh. Have you played Deus Ex recently? I kind of want to a little bit, but it's like, I don't know if I can. I have played Human Revolution semi-recently, like 8 to 10 years ago or something. And I don't need to do it again. But the original Deus Ex, I do think it had like decent design when it came to just doing things, I guess. But I can't say. Like, I don't really remember. But all I remember is the sound effects. Like, if you play a heavy gun build and you play with a machine gun, you're like shooting peas with a gun that sounds, and then you just hear like a bunch of peas just like falling on the ground. That's my memory of Deus Ex. And I just can't get over it. That's something I actually could replay though. I'll be honest. But hey. Based on the bodies, I'm guessing the cultists don't bother you much. He nudges one of the corpses up with his foot. They've tried a couple of times. Once they even came up to my tent at night and tried to cut my throat with my own blades. Idiots. My knives are made of tantalum and stuck to my flesh. If the cultists woke me, if they used the tools they'd brought, like normal murderers would, instead of being impressed by mine, I'd be dead now. As you can see, I'm not, and the situation's markedly different for them. Why are you standing around here? Waiting for any passers-by that are seeking truth like I was. I found my answer. I consider it my duty to help others find theirs. Are you just asking me to explore the tombs as a way to stalk your little trading post? If I weren't so good-hearted, I'd be offended. I mean, really, the trade is a benefit, I'll grant, but the real joy is watching travelers find their truths out there. The truth, if only more people realized it sooner. What do you have to trade? We have some shit we can sell. Never gonna use that, not that. That. Not that. Not the dagger, not that. Not that. Haven't read the book. Don't want that. Okay, now we're rich. Did he actually have anything? I don't think so. Exuvia, light armor. Yeah, this one is better. Cipher, rapier. Is the rapier worth getting? No, it's worse than her starting dagger. So no, it's not worth getting. Whispers, light melee weapon, intellect. No. Medium melee weapon, speed. No, she only uses light weapons. Alright, let's just buy this. That shit. NSF guy going, what? Shield. Maybe it's worth buying her a shield. There seems to be nothing else you can really do with it. Yeah. Do with your offhand. Thunder cannon, cipher. Yeah, whatever.
I hear you have a god who helps you hide.
You can't have him. I need him.
The day I need a god to find your... no, it's all right. I don't want him.
All right, Ren. You can do this.
One last thing to take. Oh. A huge crystal floats in front of you, seemingly unaffected by the wind that washes through the valley. Within, red and blue patterns lazily cycle and twist. The crystal hums softly, almost invitingly. It has been infused with tidal energy. Its colors are emblematic, and you can feel the tendrils of force that coil from it, stretching toward some distant, unknown destination. Examine the crystal. The crystal swirls madly, and your mind is pulled back into memory, but not your own. This is a stranger's life, a life of torment, a lifelong torment. From his first conscious moment, he has been surrounded by monsters, a sacrifice to the unseen, a hair's thickness from consensus reality. Horrors crawl and gibber, and he must howl with them or be devoured. When at last he can open a door to the world of sanity to escape this endless pain, he does, and he steps through into an abattoir. Robed and hooded cultists devour the dead, and they revere him for the journey he's undertaken. In their adulation, they strive to follow his path, wallowing in their own shame and agony, an endless burlesque of horror they hoped will end in transcendence. He flees from them, from a darker menace inside him, but they follow, inescapably, his children. No matter where he hides, they linger on the other side of the door, awaiting a new revelation, making bloody offerings of themselves. Then one brings a different sort of offering, a dripping charnel sack that spills out a girl. Choi, the man calls her, still alive, just long enough to look at him with pleading eyes before she's gutted. For you, the man says. He flees into a hellscape, into madness. But they follow him everywhere, grinning, bloody, adoring. Children. Then the crystal swirls before you again and the memory fades, but something clings behind like rancid grease. The horror of what was done to the girl Choi hangs on you, your memory now as much as it was the man's, and his own suffering lingers too. The cultists who beset him seem little different from those who now haunt and harrow the valley. Perhaps by unraveling this crystal's tangled skein, you will learn some of its secrets. Examine the crystal again. Okay.
All right.
Jesus Christ. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say that there is 10 times too much just drivel.
All right.
It's probably a pretty accurate value. Stunted and piebald, with a large hairless head and humanoid. This humanoid reminds you of a court jester, except that his wide violet eyes sparkle with cunning and intelligence, giving the impression there is much going on inside his large dome. Who are you? You can't be here. Why did you come? Several people sit bound and beaten along the far wall, surrounded by corpses. At second glance, some of those bound may themselves be dead as well. The man steps closer, lowering his voice to a growl. Well, answer me. What's going on here? He looks around, comprehension dawning on his face as he takes in the room and its contents. Ah, it's not what you think. His mouth widens in an ugly smile. We were just defending ourselves, trying to reclaim what small part of this world fate has seen fit to cede us. It never could have come to this if we'd only had someone to help us explain.
Making a note.
He gestures to the open corridor. We are worshippers, you see. There is a terminal down there that provides access to the tombs, but this memorialist, he spits at the woman behind him, has placed a whisper lock on it. Without the code, we cannot enter the tombs and join our Lord Inifer in worship. She is rather narrow-sighted and doesn't see the value in what we do. If we regain our access to the gate, we can show her firsthand. He smiles. The effect is not reassuring. It would be better to release them in Lord Inifer's presence, but any end is justified. She mutters to you, Skist. We need access to the terminal if we want to reach Mila West. We need to get that whisper lock code. Let them go. Oh, a hint of a smirk plays at the corner of his lips. And what if we don't? We have our own aims, you see. Forget it. This ends now. As you will. The pudgy man snarls. He backs away, calling to his comrades. Children, to me. We must protect Lord Inifer. God damn, that was loud for some reason. Now, come on. Stand so that I can attack multiple enemies in one turn. Let's see if I can knock him back. I might still be able to, but first, let's buff everybody.
There we go.
Protection. Let's heal my main guy.
Thank you.
That's something I could do.
And you teleport, let's say, there. Or there, maybe.
Waveforms collapse into a single reality.
We blast that guy and knock him back.
Little something I've learned.
Oh, he didn't get knocked back. Do you not have knockback on that skill? But yeah. I can hit those two. But I can't hit him and someone else. Sneak. Teleport there. I think Matkina is extremely overpowered. But she is an assassin. Ouch! I think this is better if we can damage both.
Didn't see that coming.
Not sure what even damaged her.
That feels great.
None can stand before me.
A teleport. It's gonna miss, but hey, YOLO. Then we just shank him in the ass. Trans-dimensional damage might be better. Yeah, he's got very low resistance. He's dead.
There were any doubt of my skill.
Thank you, stranger. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The memorialists owe you a great debt. She steps closer, lowering her voice. But though we are safer here now, the true danger still lies beneath. You must stop the children of the Endless Gate. Their gate is within the necropolis itself. Close it and you may free this valley. I will help you in any way that I can. How do I find the cultist's gate?
I'll remember that.
I have learned a great deal while held hostage. These children have loose tongues, all the looser for their insanity. The gate and the Lord Innefair can be found in the tomb 1254. Go and stop them if you can. How do I unlock the terminal?
I'll remember that.
Oh, of course. The password to the Whisper Lock is Goonie. I suppose we don't need it any longer, now that the cultists up here have been dealt with. Have you heard of a girl named Choi? I think she's dead, possibly interred here. Choi? She cocks her head to one side, in thought. I'm afraid I don't, but there are thousands, perhaps millions of names below. Keep asking those who have spent time down there. One of them might have come across the name you seek. Tell me about yourself. My true name is Talira Kyo. I was buried here long ago to await the coming of paradise. Yeah, whatever, dude. Can you tell me how the terminal works? She laughed softly. Would that I knew. The necropolis is a vast underground complex, so vast that generations of memorialists have yet to explore it all. The terminal and those like it in the tombs themselves will take you where you want to go through its magic. All you must do is press the correct key sequence. The ancient memorialists carved numbers into the terminal, so that we could more easily record and return to any location we desired. The pedestals in the tombs themselves have additional features. Pressing the central button will return you here to the surface, while the buttons surrounding it will take you to an adjacent tomb in either direction. It is through this discovery that we have been able to explore the necropolis in a more orderly fashion. Now that they're gone, is it possible for me to rest here? It is relatively safe, yes. I will keep watch to ensure it. Just let me know whenever you wish to retire. Okay.
Go.
A random club. Our battle axe.
On it.
Scrawled note. This note was in Motley's pocket. The ink is brown and cracked and might be blood. Most of it is illegible, scratched in a hasty scrawl, but you can make out four numbers at the bottom. 5143. This material is springy to the touch, but impossible to damage. You can make out only diffuse shadows beyond it. These rocks appear to have been brought in from the outside and welded into place somehow, sealing the entrance.
That's best.
This corpse is curled pitifully on its side, as if anticipating another kick to the ribs. Their eyes are opened in horror at whatever happened to them. Whoever this person was, they are unrecognizable now. The combination of starvation, beatings and torture has rendered all but their eyes unreadable. There is an indentation on the middle finger of the right hand that might once have worn a ring, but that too is gone. Close the corpse's eyes. With 2 careful fingers, you pull his eyelids closed and shut his horrified mouth. Now we go through his pockets. You find nothing but a lovingly folded scrap of paper with the number 4135.
Of course.
I don't want to talk to those assholes. No, don't talk to Calistige.
In this world, then.
What are these things? Just offerings?
All right.
You guys are in the way, please. Get out of the way. I'm trying to loot graves.
Yes. Now.
Worm. Kandiru. Bonded item artifact. Unarmed attacks.
Yes.
You can actually make a really strong build with that. You get the claws, I think.
I'll handle it.
Ready.
A shimmering field obscures this pedestal. It seems to be emanating from a small device within the field. That must be the whisper lock. Also inside is a configuration of buttons surrounding a central dial, but with the whisper lock engaged there is no way to reach them. Guni. With a sigh, the shimmering field disintegrates into glimmering shards of light. The controls are now accessible.
Dated my journal.
5 buttons are arrayed around the central hex. An indecipherable display glows on the bottom, where a 6th button would otherwise be. A number has been crudely carved into the surface of the 5 buttons. First, I want to do this level up. Increase stat pools. Yeah, you need more speed. Tier 3 reached. Lucky combatant gained 15% on attacks, +1 cipher limit. Amarotic field. Enemies within range of Matkina who fail to resist gain blinded. 50% movement speed reduction. Active 3 rounds. Okay, so this way we can do the blind without doing the stealth thing, but this... Is it free? Doesn't say that it costs intelligence or anything. Active 3 rounds. Summon a psychic construct that helps you flank your enemies. Nah. Attack that deals weapon damage +3. If the target has any negative fettles, you regain health equal to 50% of the damage dealt. Well, that's OP. Fling a cloud of nanoparticles in front of you, dealing 3 physical damage and conferring dazed on any enemies who fail to resist. Nah, it's the intellect, makes no sense. We get that. Quick fingers, running, initiative. Don't know why her initiative is so dogshit. Hold on. I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Learning begets doing. Or is it the other way?
Alright. No, where did my numbers go? Well, actually, what is the number here? Let's do this one first. 1535. 1535. 1 5 3 5. When the fourth hexagon illuminates, a field of energy forms around you. A tight sucking sensation pulls at your gut, then suddenly you are somewhere else.
All right. I'll remember that.
This nearly human face has been sculpted to look like it is emerging from the stone floor. As you draw near, the mouth suddenly begins to move. It speaks in an unfamiliar tongue, and you feel a light touch across your mind. The face continues speaking, adjusting pitch and vibration of its words as it zeroes in on a shared language. The jumble of noise becomes unrecognizable speech quickly, and the face becomes more human. You recognize the face. It's that of Phoenix, the enigmatic man in the valley. The voice is surprisingly pleasant and warm. I am Phoenix, seeker of knowledge, lover of wisdom, questioner of the truth. I found ways to bend space and fold reality, but it was not enough to keep death from my door. If you are hearing this message, I am missing a part of my consciousness. I have communicated with it and feel its presence nearby, but it does not return. The voice fades, taking with it the memory of the language it spoke.
All right.
How high the highest candle lights the dark. Yeah, this is the Kickstarter reward bullshit.
Go.
Quite a lot of that. Enter the code to the first cast-off's tomb. No. No, no. This is where we want to go last. Enter the code for the tomb with the stringed instrument.
I'm ready.
Intricate etchings cover this carved head, with the most prominent being 8 concentric channels centered on the brow. A small porcelain bead in each channel is attached to loose metal strings of varying thickness. The strings run down into the bridge of the nose and emerge from the open mouth at even intervals, reaching down to the floor. It reminds you of a large stringed instrument, though you have no idea how to play it. Her eyes alight on the 8 concentric rings, and she hisses with delight. I would like to uncover this thing's secrets. She runs idle fingers across the strings, producing a series of discordant notes that shiver a jagged, ugly rainbow into being. She frowns. It must require tuning. Examine the carvings and etchings on the head. These carvings were not made by human hands. They curl and flow in an alien script, and lights glimmer within them. Staring at them induces a mental fog, the feeling that your mind is being pulled away into some astronomically distant maze. But when you blink, you snap back to reality. You feel nausea coming on. Callistige traces the deep-set band of concentric circles with her fingertips, oblivious to the attention of her echoes. Such artistry, she whispers. Examine the strings. Each of the 8 strings is fully transparent, of varying thickness, and is made of shimmering light, coherent but gentle. When you touch them, they make a terrible noise, as if shattering glass, crunching metal, and screaming exotic animals. The head of each string is attached to a small bead in one of the 8 concentric circles. Examine the beads. Each bead is made of different metal, machined in exquisite detail. A tiny indentation in the bead fastens onto the string, a beam of coherent light. A small bridge anchors the bead to a partner in the neighboring channel. The beads are loose in their channels, so if you push on one, the other moves in tandem. Closer examination reveals 4 slight declivities, in the shape of an X. In the channels, if you move the beads into those spots, you might be able to lock the strings into place. Try to tune the strings by manipulating the beads. You slide the bead bridges into the deeper indentations and they click audibly into place. Each of the strings shifts slightly into the visible spectrum, and the jangling, terrible noise the strings produce has changed to a pleasant hum. Each of the 8 strings is now in harmony with the others. I believe I know a melody or two that we might play. She settles her fingers on the strings and concentrates. Several of her more solid echoes lean in to whisper, and she smiles and murmurs. She begins to strum. The sound is unearthly, crystalline. It shivers through your bones. After a few halting notes, Callistige has the sense of the instrument and plays a haunting melody in a minor key. She lifts her hands from the strings and steps away from the instrument. Nothing happens. She begins. The strings harden completely, humming. Above them hovers a welter of confusing lights and images. You can't even look at it. Some sort of spatial or temporal distortion blinds you. When Callistige places a hand on your shoulder, and for a moment, you see as she does. The image slides into focus along planes of realities. Together, she whispers, we will solve it. Try to decipher the image. With Callistige's hand on your shoulder, the images snap into a clear focus. You see an intricate image with flickering lights that seem to indicate data and measurements. Projected into the air, you realize that these images and measurements project through realities. through dimensions, and you have a momentary glimpse into Callisticia's everyday perspective. Probabilities coil around you, and it is only through the power of your shared mind that you can make sense of what you're seeing. I keep buying Mario games, and I don't know why. I even feel compelled to buy this shitty looking new one. It's because you're a collector, dude. That's why. It's a schematic, a structural drawing of some ancient vintage. Towers, forks, circles, energy orbs, and more litter your vision. You focus on a fork more intently, and you recognize the leftmost tine as one of the many devices your sire had hidden away under Sega's cliffs. In the image, however, it's surrounded by a series of sharp lines, one of which is bisecting an unrecognizable figure. Will you stop if I tell you to not buy it? Or did you already order it? By comparison, the towers are surrounded by concentric circles in which the figures remain whole. The tips of the towers reach the third concentric ring around the world, while the tiniest only reach the first. I'll be honest, I haven't played Super Mario since Super Mario 64, and I only like Super Mario World. And I don't really want to play Super Mario World anymore, because I don't really like platformers. But it was fun at the time. I don't understand Mario games, I'll be honest. I don't get the appeal at all. And that's not to say that they're bad. I just don't get the appeal. That's a completely different thing. Platformers in general kind of puzzle me. I don't really understand it that much. But I mostly play games for systems nowadays. Like, art and music can still carry a game for me, but very, very barely. Like, there has to be something more to a good story, some role-playing, or gameplay. But otherwise, just playing platformers just to go and collect coins or whatever, I can't. That just does not ring a bell for me at all. But you are right. Back in the day, but I don't know. Just finding like all the red coins and shit like that was kind of fun. But for me, back in the day, it was because it was new. Like, it was just a new experience. Even if I think Mario 64 is like literally the worst platformer ever made, control-wise. It was still a new thing, and it was new to like just go around doing these levels and doing like special things on them to collect coins, and it was fun for a while. But that was how many years ago? 20 years ago? Are the games the same? Like, is it just the same but with a gimmick now? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the appeal is. I just don't get it. I tried playing A Hat in Time, and I couldn't understand what I was doing. They're worse in real ways. I haven't even looked. Controls are far less tight. Then what? That's what I want to know, because Super Mario 64 is like running around on slime, no matter what the terrain is. It's only the jump button that works. Super Mario World? Yeah. 3 was also tight. You press the button and you jump. Like... There's not much more to it. I think I kind of... New Super Mario Bros. Was that kind of like that? I only played it like once when it came out, and that's like 100 billion years ago. But yeah, I don't know. Jumping. I don't even get Castlevania games anymore. I don't know. I don't understand. I have one button and I'm jumping around on things and I'm hitting skeletons. Green world felt precise. Yeah. Feels like you're trying to land a leaf. Ooh. By comparison, the towers are surrounded by concentric circles in which the figures remain whole. The tips of the towers reach the third concentric ring around the world, while the tiniest only reach the first. Her eyes widen. She turns back to the drawing, praising it with renewed vigor. Of course, these taller structures pierce the third layer, whereas these small others. What do you see? I'm not sure, she frowns, continuing to trace the lines with her fingers as her sisters look on, each observing it from a slightly different angle. At the center here, there's what looks like the ninth world, but these other images. She falls silent. She frowns. Machines, nanobots, the datasphere. And if this image is correct, yes, under the proper circumstances, it will be able to make a connection. She trails off again. The question is, when and where will I be able to make this connection? It implies a willing biological construct. And then she perks back up. I'm one step closer to understanding the datasphere, and you have progressed one step further than your sire ever came. She nods in a self-satisfied way. You should be proud, dear. You have just surpassed your creator. She releases her grip on you and waves the image into nothingness. What did you just say? I completely forgot. Play something on the tuned instrument. Kelly Siege plays the same melody as before. The images flicker to life again, but not with the same intensity, as if the image's power was spent with your comprehension of its message. Okay. Now, which ones have we been in? 3, 5, 4, 3. 5, 5, 1, 4, 3. Yoshi P riding FF into its grave, I think? Into its grave? What makes you think that? Or do you mean... Oh. As you poke through the supplies, Oddwall howls. Do I put my fingers in your brain? Leave it alone, now. Okay. 16? Yeah. I don't think people are buying it. I think you're wrong. I think everybody... It's probably going to be the best-selling Final Fantasy game in ages. But I mean, it doesn't feel like it came out because it's console only, so I don't know. I felt the same way about Final Fantasy VII, the remake. Looks fine. I don't know. They made 15, which is literally the worst game ever made. And they're still going. He breathes a sigh of relief. Gratitude is hard to find here. I would hate for you to have stolen mine. What can you tell me about yourself? Why, my friend, I am Oddwald. Oddwald the Sane. Oddwald the Magnificent. Oddwald the true seer and keeper of the past. The one who knows. The one who remembers. The one who hides. And the one who laughs. He pushes some of his gewgaws around on the floor, creating an intricate pattern. Or perhaps just a mess. They said I was mad. Carkers. My mind melted a machine. When did they come in to see? I did not open the eyes to let them taste the colors of my thoughts, but they swept the knowledge into me and out of me. And all that's left is dust. He drums an arithmetic pattern into the dust of the tomb's floor. After a moment he scatters his assembled junk with a swipe of one hand. The pieces fly randomly, but each lands during one of the beats, and they land in a straight line. Like, I would say the only thing that I imagine would make it not sell is the price, but clearly people have no standards whatsoever, and everybody is just buying $70 games left and right on release. So, I don't know, I've just lost complete faith in mankind. He gathers the pieces, insight, foreknowledge, intuition, a predator's mind, trapped in the prey's body. See the puzzle fit together and find the nearest porthole. What are you doing here? Doing? Doing? All the myriad delights of life lie before me. Breathing, heart beating, observing, digesting, expressing, micturating, pontificating, answering, ruminating. It is a good time to be alive. To be alive. He shoves a piece of his junk. Say I am discovering myself and the world and the hidden parts of the universe. Listen, these tombs, I know them. They sing to me. They're new children. The children and their gate, I know of them. I even know the fearful Innifer. They are not secrets, though they are secretive. Look around you. You see the walls? I see the history, the past, the future, the potential. I line up probabilities, and then I push them around until they are true. She is quiet for a moment, staring off into the distance, and then says, "No, you don't." A figure of speech, a number of hyperboles, a jaunt into temporality of the mind. He looks at her and quickly rearranges 3 pieces in his jumbled pattern. You are correct, my dear. She shivers a little. Stop doing that. You're making unwelcome ripples. He looks abashed. Of course, of course. Like, traditional Final Fantasy hasn't been around in... how long? Um... 22 years. So... like the game not being turn-based or a Final Fantasy game or whatever. No, 12 is not the last real game, it's 10. Twelve is not a Final Fantasy game. Not in the slightest. You can't play it like a Final Fantasy game even if you wanted to. So, yeah. As long as they make it into a decent action game, it'll be fine. It doesn't even have to be a good one. Like, it doesn't even have to be remotely decent. It just has to be like Nier Automata tier. If it can be better than that, then it'll sell. And people will be really happy with it. And Nier Automata basically has an attack button and like a dodge. And it plays fine. It just isn't just doesn't really have any depth to it, but it still looks cool, feels cool. What can you tell me about the Children of the Endless Gate? I don't think it even has a dodge. It does. It has a backstep at least, I saw that, but that might be it. I don't know. Final Fantasy 15 had a dodge button, but it was literally just you hold the dodge button and you're invulnerable. What can you tell me about the Children of the Endless Gate? He lowers his head and smiles. They know me, I know them, and when they come with ill intent, when they come as friends, I greet them warmly and keep an open otherwhere at my back. When they come as enemies, they cannot find me. These doors to the other worlds, I have opened them. One brought me here, one opened my mind and spilled my thoughts out. One taught me to put my thoughts back in. He hefts a handful of small bones. You don't know where he found them. He casts them on the floor and laughs to himself and scoops them back up. So strange to think of a mind as a place to store thoughts, only by custom, only by memory. Much better to find a place for your thoughts in the world. He pauses and thinks, of course, when you have to worry about someone stealing your thoughts. Can you tell me anything useful about the Children of the Endless Gate? He frowns. Theirs is a door that might best be closed, but the opening comes unless... He shrugs. But none close it. Your brothers see but don't act. They speak but never listen. The opening is an opening. I have places to go, places to hide. Those here, they're stuck in one perception. The gate, a weight of hate, too late, too great to close the gate. What do you know about Inifir? Who knows a sibling better than a brother? Who has forgotten the face of his father, but remembered his acts? Who has seen a broken mind turned into a vengeful thing? He has no taste for blood, nor for flesh, but his children bring him these morsels anyway. They do not heed his advice. They call him lord, but he is their slave. Poor Inifir. A life misremembered, misinterpreted. He regards his junk pile, a life wasted in fear. Inifir, too near, too dear, engineer of fear sincere. That's from Dark Tower? Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. There's so much in this game that's a reference. Which is sad. But we have to go back out to Phoenix, finish his thing, I guess. Oh. I think this is... Oh, hello there.
Ready.
The floating darkness before you looks a little like the dying minim you saw earlier, only this one is even more closed. It is furled, tight like a black unblossomed rose, as if it was looking for something to bring it to life. You have a sudden gag reflex. Something lurches in your chest, something inside your body is reacting to the minim trying to get out. Step closer, expel whatever is trying to get out of your body. As soon as you open your mouth, a slick black cloud surges out, emptying your lungs of air almost completely. It's the black flecks from the dying minim, but they changed, somehow, inside your body. The cloud floats toward the minim. Where it touches, the minim becomes more diffuse, less a clot and more a cloud, expanding, unfurling, until its dark center is revealed, and within that center a pulsing red light and a welcoming warmth that carries with it the echoes of sounds you're not hearing around you. Yet the black sludge continues to spew from your lungs. You're unable to control it, retching out more and more until finally, when it feels as though you're going to pass out, the last slips past your tongue. You feel weaker, but at least it's out of your body. Examine the tear in space. The more you look at the minim, the more it seems to you like an unpollinated flower. It is dormant and looking for something to bring it to life, but what? Try to walk through the space. You step into the swarm. Red darkness, and it swallows you, turning you into smoke and sparks. You drift and swirl through a black void, floating towards another patch of flickering red. Then suddenly you are somewhere else. I think Final Fantasy 16 probably is more
You're sure it's safe?
slated to revive the franchise. Again, unless people actually don't buy it because it's going to be $70. And nobody has a PS5. Right. Is it for Xbox too? Yeah, no, it's only for PS5. Good job. I'm surprised people have PS5s, I'll be honest. Like, what did you buy it for? I don't know. Like someone bought it to play an Assassin's Creed game or something. Oh, you're back. He seems slightly surprised. There's not even this. I don't know. This. I don't know. It's people who have a job and they have no standards, like you, who just buy it because it exists. Alright, dude. It's honestly not very expensive when you have a job, so... I kind of get it. I found your marker in the necropolis. The note contains a code to your tomb.
My studies have borne fruit.
He takes the note from you, scrutinizing it internally. He shimmers and flickers momentarily and then exerts himself to remain material through a force of invisible will. That would explain why I could not understand myself. An artificial construct in my mind. I am dead and manifest again. Have I mastered time? He takes an internal inventory. No. I am a particular shade, a remnant, an echo of what could have been. I shall fade then, and hope that my lesson remains. You have earned a gift before I go. You showed yourself a student. In the case of questions to which you had no real answers, you asked more questions. Many tell me what to do. They wish to force a view upon me, but you forced questions. So here, take this. Datasphere Blast. Deals shitloads of damage and confers vulnerable. Okay.
Listen to me, dear. I must tell you something.
I thank you. Knowledge is precious. Treasure yours. Now I will rest. Farewell. With a flicker of light, the dawning of a consciousness roused and returning to oblivion, he flickers away into the air. A faint hiss is the only marker of his passage.
Tell me
While phased, gain 15 bonus on attacks. Okay, well that's free. Cipher limit sucks dick, so let's not do that. Gravity manipulation. Space warping pulse that pushes or pulls all creatures in range. All in small area. That sounds useless, dude. Plus 2 damage on esoteric attacks. Plus 5 bonus on each level of effort applied to perception, or machinery, or mystical. But I am doing all of that already. It feels superfluous. Cipher limit increase. Sow dismay. Enemies in range who fail to resist gain demoralized. Okay. And then we get 2 abilities. And here we can do that. I can get +2 damage, or we can get 15% chance to hit. And I think that's better, because that means it's easier to get maximum damage. Because you can do damage with your edge only, but that is not going to get maximum damage unless you reach 100% hit chance. So getting 100% hit chance is probably going to be better than that more often, meaning we can use less resources to do more damage.
I'm going.
Let's go, all. You and me. Of course we can help. Right, all?
All right.
On it.
Alright, let's go to the first cast-off's tomb, I guess. The name Namja. Did we go there? Yeah. Or 135. Sometimes the best version is the console version. Alright.
All right.
Yes.
What am I doing here? This is just nothing.
I'm ready.
His fight came to an abrupt end with the realization that truth is irrelevant. All that matters in society is belief. Those that see the truth outside accepted beliefs that can suffer in silence or cry out in futility one last time before they disappear. Read the name plaque. Peter the Wonder God. Okay, why am I here? Yeah. Why am I here? Go to the first cast-off's tomb. Now we need to go to the Endless Gate first, right? Yeah.
Yes.
More souls to release! The gate, it calls!
I'll remember that.
You can see the whites all around this man's eyes. His face is frozen in a rictus of frenzy. Can you feel it? The power of the Endless Gate. It calls to us. It is time. Time for what? Power, glory, ecstasy. He stares at something behind your head. You're not sure whether he actually heard you at all. Before he can utter another word, the man's spine goes taut. His expression becomes that of a towel being savagely wrung out, but his voice stays drenched in childish glee. They call us now! Join us! Shrieks! The master beckons, for glory we hear and obey. Give me the snail paste.
That's the stuff.
Let's equip that.
Go.
An obscene quantity of blood adorns the floor and walls of this tomb. Messages in a bastardized form of the truth are traced on the bloody walls. The cultists who have overrun the valley seems to have a special affinity for the occupant of this pod. But try as you might, you can't find anything useful here, and you back away with no fresh insight. Try to read the name. You cannot read the name, for it's obscured by splatters of blood smeared by the venerating touch of countless passing cultists. Okay. Useful.
Yes. Now.
Cloying, invisible fingers tug at your skin. They're drawing you into the portal, eager for the life that flows through your body, eager to keep you there. You have a bad feeling that once you step through this gate, there will be no way out except to find the one who opened it. Enter the endless gate. The cloying fingers release you, perhaps knowing there is nowhere for you to go. You are within the endless gate now. You are theirs. The air is chilling and moist. The air is chill and moist. Screams of agony permeate the darkness around you, and you sense something watching. There is no choice but to venture forward.
Yes.
Several people have been flayed, their skins stretched into grotesque banners. Faces contorted in a rictus of eternal pain. The skins flap back and forth in a wind you do not feel. Beyond them you see a clear passage deeper into this hell. Suddenly, a pair of eyes snaps open. These are not flayed skins, but living people. "Kill us," it rasps. "The children brought us here, not to die, but to suffer, to feed the things that live here, slowly, eternally." No, the skin behind the first, partially obscured in the dark mist, shakes herself awake. Her face remains twisted in agony, even as she speaks. "Our deaths make them stronger. If you kill us, you will only die here as well. Run, save yourselves." "There is only death," a third voice moans from the darkness behind the first two. Its eyes remain closed, its mouth gnarled in an ugly grimace. "Kill us or the children, or both, or neither, it does not matter. Death is all that awaits you." The three skins squeeze their eyes shut, their mouths open in wordless screams as some new agony befalls them. A malevolent presence weighs down upon you. Something watches with eager anticipation. It almost wants you to kill them. Put these things out of their misery. Your blade tears through them like paper. Their screams echo through the mist, blood spraying on the floor and your flesh. Then it's over. They are gone, truly released, and the path before you is clear. The malevolent weight in the air increases. Whatever is watching has grown stronger. These skins are like the others you met, alive and in eternal pain. One of them snaps its eyes open as you approach. "Kill us! You will reach the center more quickly." "No," a second moans behind him. "When we die, they grow stronger. You will never survive." Put them out of their misery. Your blade slides through them like melting butter. Their screams turn to gurgling death rattles, and while their blood sprays you head to toe. Then it's over. They are gone, truly released, and the path before you is clear. Some pressure around you squeezes and loosens in bursts until you realize it's the air itself, laughing. Whatever lies here has grown stronger still.
Yes.
Fine.
These skins are like the others, their faces warped in unspeakable agony. One of them snaps its eyes open as you approach. You cannot face what lies beyond here. Flee and save yourself. Fool, a second man behind him. He's our chance at freedom. Who else will ever release us? The first skin smacks its gnarled lips as though considering this. Yes, yes, kill us, and nothing at all foul will befall. Kill them. It takes great effort to hack and saw through them. They scream and shriek with each cut of your blade, continuing long after they should have passed out from the pain. Blood sprays in every direction, covering you entirely. Then it's over. They are gone, truly released, and the path before you is clear. The pressure around you becomes so great you clap your hands to your ears. Even through the flesh of your palms, you hear cruel cackling and a single word. Come.
Allow me.
We meet again, noble knight. On the surface, Kiatawa looks exactly the same as when you first saw her in the Dendra O'Her chapel, while you were investigating the murder of Folsom's protege in the underbelly. But some things have definitely changed. A feverish, blotchy glow colors her skin, and her grin is entirely at your expense. Ah, it's the investigator, she says. Good to see you again. Tell me, was Gazay afraid when you accused her of the crimes I committed? Did she weep when Folsom pulled the noose around her neck, or did she laugh? She slyly tongues a sharpened tooth. She seemed like the laughing type. You aren't safe yet, Kiatawa. No, I'm not, she agrees, but the Dendra O'Her suffered for what I did, and that's enough. She stares past you for a moment, the smile slipping from her face. I have been wondering, she says at last. What would have happened if I told you the truth, if I'd confessed the moment we met? Her eyes return to yours. What would you have done? I would have turned you in. Ah, she says, relaxing, and faced Folsom's brand of justice. I should have known. Don't you feel guilty for what you've done? Why should I? She snaps. Was life in the underbelly so wonderful? What did I steal from them that was worth keeping? She is nearly shouting now. My whole life I have had a voice in my head, whispering, shouting that I was someone else, making sacrifices to the endless gate. Shut her up. Why should I suffer? Why should my life be a misery so other people can live? Anyone would have done the same in my place. Anyone. I was wrong. You do feel guilty. Her only response is a short, wheezing laugh. Kihano, who the fuck was that? The tall, scrawny knight beams at you. Oh yeah, it was the guy that we sent to kill the Endless Kid. The tall, scrawny knight beams at you. His armor is more dent than surface now. My friend, he cries. I'd nearly given up hope of seeing you again, and here we are in a haunted and murderous land. He couldn't look more excited about this. The foul leader of these children await us. He says in an overly loud stage whisper. I've forgotten what you said the children did, but I have no doubt they are guilty of horrendous, unforgivable crimes. When you strike him, I will be at your side. He clears his throat. Of course, if you wish to parley with the villain first, to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. He brightens. I will wait here, until bloodshed is inevitable. You've been here for a while. What has Yennefer been doing? He says, his brow wrinkling. Standing, muttering, plotting, I'd say. He looks the type. Okay. This man is long-limbed and bony, unmuscled with a sunken chest, sparse hair on a scarred scalp. Rags hang from his slumping body. He wears a cast-off tattoo, but he is like no cast-off you've seen. He regards you with bloodshot eyes, fever-mad. But just as the pupils remain black and pure amid the veins, you sense something hard and sane within the madness. His words are hoarse and dangerous. You have come too far by far. There is no escape, none leave the gate. Hope no, hope speak or not. Hope no hope, speak or not, he will die here or should not have come here. Such a pretty brother, father's loving touch on every inch of you, born to run among the sunlit lilac, Selah, singing hey lie to the gustless drum. Such splendid dreams. He scrapes at a lesion on his arm and cocks his head, listening. But you're the one who fell, aren't you? We smelled you cooking in the sky. Always a black omen, a falling star. Our Father in heaven never showers gifts, no, sows trouble, and the reaper comes to harvest. Crops we all are till we come a cropper. Now you're wandered far away to where woe holds sway, poorly choosing when you chose woes, here beyond the gate, hate, hate, hate. He smirks, but you cannot tell if it's part of his madness, or the hint of a method to it. The children love playmates, your nieces, nephews. They've learned wild lessons as if from father's lips. Pain, pain, taught with teeth father did, and I gobbled up every scrap. Now he sneers. But he kissed you, didn't he? Perhaps that's the sharper bite. I want to speak with you first, to ask you some questions. Inifir's smile widens, revealing teeth that are chipped and stained. There is so much I could teach you, little brother. What is this place? Here is where the snake sinks his teeth into his own tail and tastes this black truth. Worse than his venoms burn in the foul flavor, the sweet savor of his tainted flesh. Inifir runs his hands across his emaciated body. This is where pain flays vain lies that hide from our despising eyes the flaws inside our sorry selves. Truth hurts, brother, bright and scalding as starfire, and here it's howled with tongues of flame. Your brother's eyes grow distant, and he seems seized by some vision. Our father made me cry out, "Here, I hear," but fled in fear when they hailed him. Ill met in a voice he could not bear. Born in blood and pain as flesh decrees men should be. He returns to the moment, licks his lips, gestures at the hellscape around you. This is the womb that wounds but welcomes home an alien brood, shelter from the sorrow that shadows our blood. Where are we? Inifir shrugs his bony shoulders. Beyond the gate, brother, that is all. Safe, but not safe. Who are they that you say live here? Yes, he answers, pondering. Who? And are they, or one, or none but a shadow cast upon the plains, a mirror to our fear, smirking back at us? They writhe, they rise, they reach across the void with whispering grips, groping blindly till a fool lights their way. Inifir leans in and whispers, conspiratorially. Did father know their name? Did he dream who'd answer his call? Or did he too blindingly blunder through the dark? He shrugs. No matter. It's done. They are who they are. What did you mean, shelter from the sorrow? Surely, brother, you know what our father fled, why he fled, why he shucks off husks and hides like the shin beneath the huckster's shifting shells. Inifir studies your face. I know you know. I see the sorrow's horror behind your eyes. It will not cross the threshold of the gate or face the fiends that lurk in this place. Is that why you came? To trade that horror's harrying for a measured measure of woe? You are welcome. You need only open your mind and they will open their arms to you. Had a bug that specifically affected people using Razer's RGB light management thing? Okay, how so? No, I did not come here so I could stay. Inifir gives a hollow laugh. Wise, brother, very wise. That is, if they permit it. Help me destroy the creatures that dwell here. Inifir only laughs. Better two ants make war on the seasons, brother. Are we still on the 9th world? Game would crash if you're using Razer Chroma. Alright. I want to talk about something else. Tell me about our father. Your brother's voice becomes low, calm and careful. His mind is sharp and shining as a lancet, And all across our clan, all across this rotten world, are the scars left by his surgery. After a short silence, Inifir hacks a bitter cackle. Isn't the make of the man obviously from his misbegotten offspring? Or do you find yourself so fine that you dream yourself a kingly sire? I want to know about you, how you came here, how all this happened. You do not, brother, for all you think you do. He rolls his neck slowly, cracking each vertebrae. There will come a day when you'll wish to vomit up the pain that fills you unto bursting, when you'll regret gorging so long at the feast of others' suffering. He smiles, genuinely it seems, though sadly, but you will not have me to blame on that day. Why are your followers so bloodthirsty? Oh, the children long to guzzle many bitter brews, brother, Inifir answers, but blood is not among them. They put the stuff to other use, of course. Jews, sprucing up the dismal tombs, and who can blame them for bringing color to such a somber land? Inifir laughs, but it is a false laugh, and his eyes are filled with disgust. He sees that you've seen what's inside him and scowls. His voice drops to a whisper. They're preaching, brother, he hisses, spreading the gate's good graces to the heathen flesh-eaters and milk-toast memorialists, he shrugs. Apotheosis by agony. They have my own transcendence. He spits the word and seeks it for themselves and others. His voice lowers again. It's the gate, brother. It drives them mad as must to a bellow heart. They hear the music of this place and it cries for a saber dance. He shrugs, raises his voice. No door opens without a toll, brother. Control is not among them, not among me. They are lost, as I am lost. Can you teach me about the Endless Gate? Inifir scowls. The children teach with blades now, brother. The time for words has passed. Then something softens around his eyes. Oh, little brother, our father set pain to be our pedagogos, no matter what course of study we pursue. In time you'll learn all that I could teach you about the gate. Enjoy, for now, the blissful ignorance I never knew. Can you teach me anything about the gate? Your brother looks down and sighs. Our father had me sup upon the learning of poets and priests, whores and hangmen, the highs and the low. Do you think it sweet nectar, mead of delight, yea, keys to myriad mind-ways? He laughs joylessly. Oh no, brother, bitter, bitten off and chewed to chum, rotting in the gut, skissed in the making. He stares at you. I opened just one door, brother, one gate. I paid for the words racing through my mind. I should spare you their purchase. You must stop your followers' violence, Inifir. Oh, if must could do the work we ask of it, what a glorious world we'd have. Streets teeming with modest shalls and groveling needs, scolded about by aughts and the forbidden exiled beyond the high walls. What a world, brother, what a world, he laughs. But it is not our world. Here is what must be in our world. Pain and death, a bartering of the one against the other until that final day when the stars grow cold and, at last, no screams echo in the void. Till then, he shrugs. In any case, I fear your folly is quite profound. One does not say to the caged calypter, Prithee, teach thy zookeepers better manners. The smile on his face is one of bared pain. Make no mistake, brother, they are my keepers, not my followers. My only power over them is to open or close the gate. Close the gate, then. Your followers are destroying the valley. Inifir shakes his head. O newborn babe, who knew not when born, poor in horror, bereft of frights, bereaved of griefs, when father fled your flesh? Few of time's grinding grains have fallen upon you. You stand straight, with fine features, unworn by years, unworn by fears. There's quite a lot of them. The thing is, it's not really that well designed when it comes to the dialogues. I still don't really mind the story that much, but they put in just questions for everyone. Who are you? What do you do? How did you come here? What's going on? And then you just go through all of that shit. And they could have skipped, like, so much of it. It just needs more focused writing in general. Because it's like they put extra things there, like in case you want more lore. But that's not how it works. Because you don't know what's not there. So you have to read all of it. Because you don't know what you're missing. So, like, either you have to make asking everything be like a bad thing, gameplay-wise, kind of like how it is sometimes in Disco Elysium, or you just don't overwrite. Ruined teeth are bared in an unhappy grin. But I've lived longer, little brother, awash in wasting sand, and I wish to live longer still, in life's still. Distilled to spite the essence of senescence. Inifir shakes his head. By your fall, brother, you've stirred a sorrow worse than woe, a foe that roves and reaves with no reason, no season, no ceasing. But here that horror fears to roam. His face twists. You think me a coward, a snake-bitten man, steps around a coiled rope. He encompasses the hell around you in a broad gesture. Better to die, do you think? Oh, no, little brother. Life is a card shark. It puts you too deep in debt to quit the game, too poor to wager against its bluff. He shrugs. You would talk of closing, brother, but instead, let's broach another gate. Part the horn-wrought portal that haunts our sleep. Inifir's eyes widen and his voice drops to a whisper. I dream, little brother. I dream and I doubt. Listen and tell me what you hear, what I've seen. Very well, tell me your dream. Did I miss something? I think I might have. Inifir closes his eyes and his voice seems to settle into something like a reverie. The child screams in my dream, in his arms, bent on harm in his hands, strong fingers clutching the brat, hoisting it up to his lips, bloody, flesh-flecked teeth. The brute bolts the brat's flank in one great gulp. The child shrieking still, shrill, the man's wide eyes stare straight through me, a grisly grin, a knowing wink. Inifir opens his eyes, then, so, he asks. Child, the girl, the crime is mine, will always be mine. We didn't find the Choi thing, because it's too annoying. I didn't... So we can't answer this. The screaming child is Choi and you are the one eating her, hence the wink. Inifir's face gives no indication of how he has taken your interpretation. He merely closes his eyes again and continues. Fire rises, stinks of skin and hair of flame, greasy ropes of smoke groping skyward, soot snowing upon the plain, plain grey, the hush of ash shushing the howls, peace. And this? Peace, peace is isolation, there is no isolation until there is peace. Destruction can bring an end to suffering. Inifir nods without comment or commitment and shuts his eyes. The flames abate, the smoke clouds gape, and rain runs in grey veins from the sky across the land. Fast falling drops and slow flowing rills, the dirt churns to muck, and from the earth bursts a blossom carrion white, a stalk like chalk thrusting at the parted heavens, huge and flush and fleshy. It lives but reeks of death. He opens his eyes, and then I wake. Deception and death, it never ends, it never ends. Um... Good can spring out of past wrongs. Again, Inifir hardly seems to register your answer. He simply blinks several times and shakes his head as if clearing his thoughts. You would I close the gate? Convince me. Is that what my dream truly means? I don't know. I'm just gonna Giga persuade you here. That's all we can do. 95%? Alright. Yes, your brother hisses. Yes. You've rightly read the wrongs written in my head. I see it. Your words have the rich savor of truth, little brother. He closes his eyes and sighs, steepling his long gnarled fingers. At last Inifir opens his eyes. But no, he says. The gate will not close. You've whispered my own thoughts in my ear, but they say to stay the course that has borne me thus far. He shrugs. So let us speak of other things. Oh. Inifir shakes his head. Farewell. No, little brother. There is a fair chance we'll fare poorly. You sense something shifting in the air around you. The ground beneath you. There is a rumbling you can't quite hear, speaking words you can't quite understand. There's a fare to pay for those who cross the plain this way, wade in pain, a toll for the soul to thole. He sighs, then readies himself, and I am bound to collect it. Yeah, we didn't do enough side quests.
Is that normal here?
You can save Inifir, but you need to do that choice side quests, and I just couldn't be arsed to figure out what the hell.
There we go. I'm ready.
Silly little thing I had to figure out. Yep, heal yourself.
That's a lot better.
And then shoot Kitawa. No action? Oh yeah. Sneak. Oh shit. You call that a small area? Fuck off, dude. This is not a small area.
Watch and learn.
Oh, I hit him? That acted very strangely.
My sisters lend their strength.
Alright, Sneak. Are you snuck? Holy shit, it takes forever, dude. There.
A little surprise for you.
We're blind? Steam integration with GOG Galaxy? What is that?
Disgusting. I should be rid of this.
I might lose here, I'll be honest. I see. Heal yourself. Then run, run.
My sisters lend their strength. We approve.
Correct playtime and achievements for them, yeah.
Come, taste your death.
%50 chance to hit. Yes. And stab Inifir in the face. Up! It's not like you can evade that.
I feel terrible.
I must find a way to shake this off.
A foe worthy of a knight. Alright, we should be able to kill him this turn. Lay Knight and Launch Box are other options.
You've already lost.
Yeah.
Come, taste your death.
Now Makina can just kill him.
Ready for whatever comes.
Unfortunate. But that's one Inifir ending.
Starting to figure this weird place out.
Listen to me, dear. I must tell you something.
With Inifir's death, the gate suddenly expels you from its bowels and closes behind you. There is nothing here for the cultists now, no reason for them to kill. Or at least, less reason to kill. You're not the only thing that has been expelled from the gate. A small pile of objects lie at your feet. That was well done. Well done, he says, clapping you on the shoulder so hard your teeth ache. Our foe is vanquished. On to the next adventure. Then he shuts his eyes. Alright, why are you closing your eyes? Our adventure together is done, he says gently. It's time to find another. But eyes are poor organs. They can only see things as they are, he straightens. Instead, I will walk until I am needed, listening for the cries of the lost and the weeping. And the weeping of the hopeless. Only deprived of sight can I feel the tugging of destiny upon my heart, leading me where I must go. Is that a kidnapped child I hear? I will soon find out. Where are you going again? Where I am needed. Okay, farewell. Hijano del Toboso. To you as well, noble knight.
Yes. Now.
Impossible blade. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Medium melee weapon. But we all have inability medium. You can only use light. Everybody has inability medium weapon. Otherwise it's a cool sword because it just ignores all armor. Improved skill. Stealth?
Yeah, feeling good about this.
In an instant. I find it hard to believe that Inifir could live within that hellscape for as long as he did. What was he fleeing that was so much more terrible than where he was?
He was hiding from the sorrow. The sorrow could not possibly compare with what we saw beyond the gate. She shakes her head. In all realities there is nothing like it, and where it is there is only the one gate snuffing out possibilities forever. He may not have been the same Inifir who originally went in, she shrugs, but we all deal with that uncertainty from time to time. After all, which one of us is the real Calistige? Is there one even?
On it.
There are 5 buttons, each with a number carved into them. Yep. We need to go to the first cast-off's tomb. Honestly, I don't know why they don't have a portrait here. Like, they have a space for it and they have the portrait, so... like, why? I don't know.
Let's go.
They just didn't get to it for some reason.
Making a note.
Stark letters have been carved into the rock above with a steady hand. Sharp memories emerge at the sight of the masked figure in the tableau. The first cast-off. Countless footsteps have worn a track to and apparently into this mural. This is a gateway of some kind, but you can see no way of opening it. What is this? Matkina puts her hand up against the wall, searching for something. Someone closed the portal from the other side. I don't know how to wake it back up. Why would they lock us all out? The sorrow. Could it be? You look around the area. Maybe examining the environment will give you some sort of clue. Read the epitaph. Oddly, many of the words above are completely unreadable. It's not that they're in a language you don't understand. It's truth and you recognize every letter. Every time you try to put it all together, the meaning slips from your mind. Maybe that part of the epitaph isn't meant for you. Your eye skips to the end of the message. She serves us still.
All right.
One of them old programs? Yeah. A bewildering array of colliding jagged edges and mangled corpses make up this frieze. It is not quite clear whether the artist was inspired, drunk, or insane. A battlefield is depicted here, that much is certain, but the amount of detail is staggering, and it isn't immediately apparent what the artist was trying to convey. Examine the frieze. The first detail you notice is the fortress standing out from the wall in bold relief. Many of the soldiers shown are pouring through the sundered gates, and every one of their faces shows a different emotion. Elation, rage, terror. But it is the jagged edges, seemingly raised at random, that pull your attention down to the bottom right of the piece. There lies the first cast-off of the changing god, mortally wounded, dying alone as divergent realities snap shut around her like teeth. Her voice is contemplative. I love this piece. Last time I came back to Mila West, I stood here for an hour. I like to think that she's suffering as much as she caused Neng to suffer. More. What was that? What actually happened now, though? Doesn't matter. It happened in some reality. Those who believed in her likely still more. She snarls. Those who believed in her slaughtered the only family I ever knew. They might talk about their need for strategic and tactical victory, but what they really mean is that they shed the blood of innocents. They want to talk about sacrifice? Let them feel its pain. She crosses her arms. Lecture all you want, I'm still laughing about her death, even after all these years. I don't know. I didn't even know what I was saying there. The carvings here display 2 figures standing side by side on a crag, overlooking a plateau with a wide disc at its center. The scene is familiar. A wave of dizziness envelops you when you steady yourself against the rough stone. This does not help. The memory flows out through the stone in rumbling pulses, overtaking your senses. Yes, this scene is familiar because you experienced it firsthand when you rebuilt your mind in the labyrinth, and now here the full memory awaits you. Succumb to it. The memory of that long day pours past you, cold as melting snow. You direct the first cast-off's gaze toward the resource-rich plateau where Mila Vest would one day stand. You ignore the laughter in her eyes when your own constructs turn on you and make the necessary repairs. And then the rush of time slows as she makes her way up a moss-hung path towards you, her eyes bright behind the mask. "I have something to show you," she says. You follow her to a deactivated portal. "I've got it working," she says. The doorway exists in two places at once, here and on the other side. Once you align them, she lays her hands and forehead against the stone, as though worshipping the thing. Your lip curls involuntarily, but you can't fault the results. The portal activates, answering the welling glow of the first cast-off's tattoo beneath her mask. The flood of memory slows to a trickle, leaving you back in your body. You look over at the mural. Could that be the way to open the portal? Examine the frieze. Though the two figures are faded, you can still make out a few necessary details with the help of the memory you saw in the labyrinth. This frieze depicts the changing god and the first cast-off overlooking the site of Mila Vest. They are side by side, not master and servant, but equals. She sees you studying the image. Here they are, the architects of all the misery of our lives. Looking closer at their faces, you notice something interesting. The first cast-off is shown wearing a mask, as you remember. The changing god's face is chipped in places as though someone tried to damage the frieze but failed. This frieze appears to have been defaced. There are two figures facing each other in anger, but it's impossible to make out any more than that. These statues are of the same person, the first cast-off presumably. Each of them wears a different mask.
All right.
Put your forehead against the door like you saw the first doing in your memory. You lay your hands on the cold stone as the first cast-off once did and press your forehead against the mural. The skin around your tattoo crawls, then burns. But even with your eyes clenched shut, you feel the air of the tomb stirring.
I'm ready to learn something new.
This woman is dressed in functional glaive's clothing. Her hair is cut short and her face is muscular and tense. You recognize her instantly from Tasha's mirror, Paj Reckon. She spares you but a moment's appraising glance before turning to your companion. "Matkina, you've come crawling back. Didn't you swear you'd never return here, or had you forgotten?" "I did promise. Then I remembered that none of you have ever bothered keeping your vows to me, so what's the point? Anyway, what have you been up to? Burning a few villages full of innocent civilians, or have you graduated to grander atrocities?" "I'd kill her right here if I thought I could get away with it. Another time." "Just trying to keep our creator, the coward, from committing any more of his war crimes as usual. Looking at the larger picture instead of serving my own self-interest. Maybe someday you'll learn how to do that, though considering your friend here just muscled his way through the locked portal, making our sanctuary even more vulnerable to the sorrow. I don't think it's likely." She turns to you. "You know you're traveling with a traitor, right?" You can read no thoughts from her. They're muffled, as though something were interfering with them. "I know you. I know what you did in Kolm village." "Oh, Matkina told you. What a surprise. She's generally so quiet about her feelings." She adjusts her sword belt. "Kolm was a pity, a tragedy, but it had to happen that way. I've been a warrior for most of my centuries. I know about making sacrifices in service of a higher ideal. I've stopped losing sleep over them. Live long enough and you'll understand. It had to happen that way. What about letting the villagers survive? Do you realize what we lost that night? Do you realize what we gained? You weren't there. You have never even met me before, but you think to judge my actions of 200 years ago. The stakes here are more important than a few monsters. We're fighting for our survival. You damned infant, and I won't let you moralize at me while I'm trying to save your life. That's almost the same speech you gave me then. Glad to see you're consistent. She holds up a hand. No, sorry, I'm done. Please, ask Paj your questions. See if you get any answers. What crimes has our creator committed? Do you want the full litany? Ask someone else, because I haven't got the year to spare. The worst one is that he had plans to kill us, to sacrifice us to save his life. The first found out and took a stand to stop him, but she's dead now. We're stuck with me commanding in her memory. And meanwhile sycophants and lickspittles work for him for the privilege of being destroyed. For some incomprehensible reason, they've put their faith in the man who dropped us into a world of pain. What were the changing God's plans? To offer our lives in a mad sacrifice to stop the sorrow. He doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. How did the first die? She chews her cheek a moment, as she lived, sacrificing herself for our lives. An evil sneer creeps onto her face. She was killed in a raid, and Paj used her reality-shifting device to make it permanent. She exhales slowly, her face going carefully, studiously blank. She turns back to you. She's right, a mistake that haunts me to this day. I need to find Masov. Is he here? Her eyes narrow. No one has seen Masov in over a decade. Audie Reese might know where he is. Talk to her. Her voice softens. Audie Reese might be the best of us. Treat her well, or I'll be sure you pay in blood and pain. You called Matkina a traitor. Why? Oh, didn't she tell us? She used to be under my command, but she turned on me, preferring to befriend monsters in human skin, and rather than step aside for the greater good, she attacked her fellow fighters. Tell me, what would you call someone who turns on her own? Actually, never mind, I don't care. Well, don't let me keep you any longer. I have something to say to your compatriot first. She stares at Calistige, studying her and her sisters. Now that our sibling rivalry is out of the way, let's talk about you. You fractured yourself on purpose, didn't you? She lifts her chin imperiously. Of course I did. Word of advice then. Undo it. I've seen other people try to make themselves more than human. Like the coward, for instance, and all it gains you is a lifetime of loneliness and centuries of regret. Never seen it work out for anyone. She shrugs. But you people will do what you must. She turns back to you. I have one more thing to say to you, and I want you to mark it carefully. The changing god, the coward, intends to kill us all. If you meet him, don't trust him. He's going to ruin us as surely as the sorrow. She turns and strides away. I'd wish you success, but... well, the world has a way of disappointing us all. What you said to Paj. You took my side. Why? Does he need my loyalty? Is it a game to him? What? Because I saw what she did in Korn. She nods. Well, whatever. I appreciate it. Always good to see Paj put in her place. You might not realize it, but your words sunk in.
Fine.
Levels. Increase edge. But yeah, let's stop there. And I'm tired. We've been streaming for 6 hours. Reading is annoying. There's way too much to read in this game. Whew. And story barely started. Anyway, I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.